Good morning, evening, afternoon. Happy time zone, everyone. Welcome in. Hello, hello. All right, there we are. Say hi, Doppy.
Hello, everybody.
Yippee! Once again, I have to fix my face. Give me 2 seconds.
Your face is beautiful always.
Thanks. Oh my god. I love this update for VTS, but sometimes my face goes places I don't need it to. Focus! God! Please! Okay. We're good, it's fine. Are you so excited, everybody? Today is a great day.
I'm so fucking excited.
Today is the day for Yuri. I love women!
I love women.
Let me know how she sounds, everybody. And yeah, instead of my BGM, you're listening to the wonderful game music right now, because it's so good. It's so good. You should be listening to the wonderful game music right now. Hold on. Oh no, you're not.
Top tier game music.
Wait, hold on.
No.
I can fix that. I can fix that right now.
Fix it.
I can fix that right now. Oh, don't even worry about that. Doesn't matter. We're gonna hop right into the game anyway, but still. Don't even worry about it. Girls' night! Yes, it sure is!
Girls' night!
Nothing like a good old girls' night. There we go. Perfect. Okay. Welcome in. Okay, today is based off of the Storyteller Steam Jam, I guess?
Festival. Storyteller Festival.
Which is me! Hi! The Dop is here! Hi, Natsu! Welcome
Hello,
in.
Natsu.
Me and Doppy have been talking about this game for a very long time. And we've both just been waiting for it to come out. So now it's finally time. I
found it and I said, you know who would know everything about this already? Teller.
I do. I like vampire stories a lot. Yeah, I love the Storyteller Festival so much. I have I like playing all games that are centered around me. And I also just thought that Miss Magdalena is the most beautiful woman I've ever seen in my life.
She is. I want to.
I need her to do crazy things to me. I need crazy things to happen. So we'll just live vicariously through Micah instead.
That's right.
But I do recommend everybody go check out the Storyteller Festival. There are a million amazing visual novels and games in there. Cage of Roses is, if you didn't know, it's a game that's produced by 2.5 Studios. They are also the team who made and developed A Date with Death. They have always been a fantastic team of writers, artists, composers, people who do fantastic work in the visual novel scene. This one in particular, though 2.5 Studios produced it, this one in particular is made by Ebihime. Ebihime is really good at writing. She's phenomenal at writing really interesting stories. And oh god, I forget who did. Oh, I should have. We'll probably see it in the thing, but
It'll probably tell us.
Yeah, the individual who did the art for this is like, kiss the ground they walk on.
Literally.
Incredible works of art. Oh my god. So let's go. We can just hop right into it. There it is. Yay!
Jump.
Oh my god, Miss Magdalena. Oh god, she's so beautiful. I love her so much. She's so pretty.
The art is gorgeous. It's fantastic.
So good. Oh my god. All right, let me get myself situated. We'll move this right here. The art is so perfect. Okay, and then I'll move that there. All right, get me in the game. There we are. All right, let me know how the audio is, everybody. I'm gonna check it real quick. Check speed. More! Music.
Give it to me fast.
More! Now! I turned the music down just a little bit. Yeah, so let me know how that is, everybody. Okay. And we'll go ahead and start, cause why not?
Why not?
Why not? What extras do we have? Hold on.
Why not?
Oh, delightful. Beautiful. Perfect. Oh yeah, hold on. There, I want you guys to see the full art.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh my god, women. Is the game music or my BGM? Nope, game music.
Game music.
I made sure. I'm gonna turn that
Points
down.
back at you.
Points in return. Okay. Let me turn this down just a little bit. Okay, there we go. I love her! Anyway.
I'm like, giddy.
Okay, let's go. Wait, hold on. One more thing. I want atmosphere. Let me change my body. I want atmosphere. There it is. Ooh, yes. Yowie Tuesdays and Yuri Thursdays. Hell yeah. Turn that down. Turn the brightness up. Yes. Perfect.
Oh, yes.
Yes, atmosphere. Okay, let me. Yeah. Okay. Good. Tight.
Bathed in moonlight.
All right. I'll read for Henny.
Okay.
Oh shit. What's my faster, Micah. Faster. You have to keep moving or else. Oh god, they're gaining on us. Micah ran through the forest as quickly as her legs would carry her. Wait, hold on. Which, given how exhausted she felt, was not very. She tried to obey Henny's orders, fearful both of letting her friend down and the shadowy figures who pursued them, but her body refused to listen. Her legs felt numb and insensible, as unfeeling as marble but far, far weaker. It was through nothing save sheer force of will that she was able to keep going, for all her strength had already abandoned her. Though Micah continued to run, staggering blindly through the fog, she feared it was already a lost cause. She was but a young woman, slender and while not very short, quite unaccustomed to exerting herself. She was not like Henny, who spent her days on her hands and knees, polishing the floors and blackening the fireplaces. Micah's fingers were as white as ivory, while Henny's were red raw through demanding, often physical labor. Micah's lungs, meanwhile, were straining from the agonizing effort of running. Never before had she known that the act of merely existing could be so exhausting, so fucking real. Micah, please! You need to hurry! Quickly, Micah! Henny reached back to take hold of Micah's hand, her coarse, short fingernails digging into Micah's palm. Henny was gripping so tightly it hurt, but Micah knew. Should she lag behind, she would find herself in far greater pain than this. Micah recalled how her father had looked back in their carriage, his eyes wide and his face unusually pale. Micah had never seen her father look so scared before. He was a tall, imposing figure of a man, dashing even in his early 50s, who was accustomed to issuing orders, not receiving them. Micah had thought her father immovable, much like the oak tree which shielded her family's mausoleum, a tree which had stood there for longer than the crypt itself. To Micah, her father seemed like a force of nature, one which was impossible to argue with or get the better of. This superstition had been turned on its head earlier that night, however, in a mere handful of minutes. For all of his bluster, Micah's father was only human. He was made of flesh and blood, just like Micah, and when cut, he bled. He had bled a lot, in fact, all over the plush, upholstered seats of their carriage and onto the floor.
Oh no.
His fine clothes had been stained black with the stuff, and the air had stunk of it, sharp and metallic. Micah could smell her father's blood on her even now. As she and Henny raced through the forest, she couldn't forget it, however much she wished to. Oh, if only the events of that night had been nothing more than a bad dream. Micah wished that fog would clear and she would awake, her eyelids fluttering, to discover herself sitting once more in her bed, in her home, the room flooded with pale sunlight. What? Micah? But Micah's surroundings did not shift. The trees continued to press in about her as though they meant to eat her alive. Their shadowy pursuers were beginning to close in on them. This is so good. I love this. Hold on. Yeah, look at the artwork. That's so cool.
Wow, 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 wow.
I love this. Micah knew she had no hope of outrunning them. She was flagging, her heart hammering in the base of her throat. What would happen when Micah was not so optimistic to hope for an if they caught her? What would they do to Henny? The thought was almost more than Micah could bear. It had been bad enough to lose her parents, but to lose Henny too? Why, she had done nothing wrong. Unlike Micah, Henny was no lady. I think she's a perfect lady.
I think so too.
She was just a maid. She was only being targeted because of her relationship to Micah and her family. Had Henny been traveling alone, she would have passed through the forest quite unscathed. It wasn't as though Henny had any valuables upon her person that were worth the effort of pilfering. Now you read for Micah.
Okay. Henny!
Micah peeled to her maid between sharp gasps of air, which pierced her lungs as keenly as knitting needles.
Please, let go! Leave me be! I'm just slowing you down!
I don't care! I'm not leaving you behind!
But...
There aren't any buts! I told you I won't leave you! Now let's keep running! Micah wanted to run. Really, she did. But her body had already begun to give in. Her heart might have been pumping fit to burst at the base of her throat, but her legs were weak despite the excess blood which filled her, and her hand in Henny's felt cold and clammy. She had exhausted all of her energy simply in escaping from the carriage where her parents' bodies lay. Now she would die, only a few hundred paces away from their final resting place. Would her mutilated carcass be discovered in the days hence and taken back to her family's home? Would she and her parents be embalmed and sealed away within their mausoleum? Micah did not much like this thought. Her family's mausoleum was a terrifying place, full of somber stone angels and spiderwebs. It was quiet, being situated among tall trees, but its quietude was not at all relaxing. Hi, welcome in. Its quiet was the deep, fathomless silence of death. Micah did not want to die. She knew not how she would continue to live on, with both her parents slaughtered before her very eyes, but she did not want to succumb as they had, in this forest full of fog. She wanted to go on living, for her sake and for Henny's, though not necessarily for Walter's. God, they're getting closer. We need to keep running. Come on, Micah. But, like the guttering flame of a candle, the last of her energy had been expended. Micah's foot caught in a tangled tree root, which jutted from the ground like a bear trap, and she fell. Her hand, which was slick with sweat, slipped free from Henny's. She reached out, searching for her loyal maid through the fog, but to little avail. Micah! Henny's voice echoed in Micah's ears, shrill and frantic. Micah's heart juddered in her chest hard, as though meaning to stop altogether, but it did little good. Her head smacked against the ground with a dull, anticlimactic thud. Micah's teeth bit against her tongue. She tasted copper. Her vision swam. Micah! Oh God! Micah! Get up! Please get up! And then everything went black. Woo! Whoa! Rip parents. R.I.P.s.
Goodbye to my parents.
Goodbye to my parents.
What?
Micah was greeted upon waking by a dull, crushing pain that gripped her skull like a vice. Hold on, we're gonna look at her. She's so beautiful. She's so pretty. I love this.
She's so gorgeous.
How the artist renders hair is my favorite.
Yeah.
It's so beautiful. I love it so much. Oh my God, she's
it looks
so
so
gorgeous.
silky.
I know. It's like the epitome of just like, if you can like feel it if you would rub your fingers through it.
This is hair commercial hair.
It really is. This is like Tresemme. This is L'Oreal. I'm glad throughout all of your struggles, girl, your hair is still looking flawless. My parents just died. Flip's hair. The brackish taste akin to pond water filled her mouth, and with one hand clasped to her head, she coughed. Micah's body shuddered and her lungs burned. It took a minute before her coughing fit subsided, but once it did, Micah began to glance uneasily around her surroundings. She hoped that her immediate surroundings might shed some light upon her predicament, but her hopes were in vain. Micah had no idea where she was. The floor upon which she was sitting, but why was she sitting on the floor of all things, was made of stone, which felt hard and cold and uncompromising. My favorite thing that the writer does too is the use of dashes.
Yes.
I'm like, my emotional support dashes. So real. I do the same
like,
shit
yes,
when I'm writing.
let me add this in real quick.
It's like, oh wait, by the way, this one too. I love whenever I write, I fucking love putting dashes in things because I'm like, it's a little too long for me to put a comma. There's like a little too much going on. Let me throw a dash in there.
Yeah, like it's just the perfect little addendum.
It just feels right. The walls too were made of stone, as was the ceiling, which felt very far away. A wooden cot was pushed up close against one of the walls, but it was so steeped in shadows Micah could scarcely make it out. There was a chamber pot lying by the cot which she did not care to examine too closely, but its rim and sides were stained with caked-on filth. A truly unpleasant odor exuded from the chamber pot, which made Micah's eyes sting.
Oh God.
Oh, let me check that we're... I don't think we're blocking text, but let me see. It looks like we're good. I'm going to move you over just a little bit, though.
Okay.
You're just going to be closer to me.
Oh, thank God.
It's like, oh my God.
Truly surrounding myself with women for the night.
There we go, just to make sure. Yeah. That looks like the limits of the text, so we'll put you like right there. Okay, perfect. Okay. It was fortunate that she had no immediate desire to relieve herself, for she had no wish to use this commode. A quick examination of the room, though really it was more like a cell, showed Micah that, save for the cot and the chamber pot, it was utterly desolate. There was no other furniture to be seen, no shelves, nor cupboards, nor even a proper bed. You're in a dungeon, girl. I don't know what else to tell you.
Like you are in jail.
There was no, God forbid, no mirror. There was no mirror either, so Micah could not see herself, but perhaps this was a blessing in disguise. Micah doubted she would be at her best given she was in so much pain, and she was so very exhausted. She was so cold she could feel goosebumps rippling across her flesh, and her teeth were chattering badly. Micah wound her arms about her middle and shivered sadly. It was not only the chamber pot that stunk, the very air itself was rank, heavy with the stench of unwashed bodies and general decay. This room, no, she was sure that this was a cell, reeked of death. They also do for the art, they do that like the underlining under the eyes with red, which is like my favorite thing in the world. I do that for everything, beautiful. Like with art, with makeup, everything. I love it. How had she come to such a place? What happened to her? Micah could remember sitting alongside her mother and her father in their carriage as it bore them through the forest, and then... There, at this most pivotal of moments, her memories failed her. Micah could recall nothing else.
Oh, not the amnesia.
Oh, shit. Had her parents been there? They would have given her instructions. They always seemed to know what Micah ought to be doing at any given time, but they were not there, and neither was Henny. Micah was all alone. Henny had been with her, Micah was certain, before. Before what? Why could she not remember anything? Oh, Micah thought sorrowfully, if only she was made of stone, then perhaps her head would not hurt so much. Really did feel like her skull might explode, not from the pain, though the pain still remained, but from raw, unbridled fear. Micah had often dreamed of stealing away from her parents' home to embark upon a brand new life, unfettered by expectations, but she never wished for this. Tears began to trickle down Micah's cheeks in crystalline droplets. They scored tracks in the dirt which caked her cheeks and dropped one by one to the floor. Her head bowed, fingers splayed against the stones. Micah sobbed and she sobbed until... What's going on? A soft voice spoke from amongst the teeming shadows. Micah could not see the speaker. She could scarcely see at all, given the darkness, and now her own tears, but she recognized its familiar cadences. Okay, so you like dashes. What's your opinion on ellipsis? Depends. Depends on its usage. Use it sparingly and when it's important. And I like it to emphasize a good O moment, you know?
I like ellipsis as long as they're not used in a cryptic mom way.
Yeah, exactly. I was thinking that too. It's like where every other, like the end of the sentence or like every other couple of words is full of like an ellipsis.
Like, hey, went to dinner, ...
Yeah.
I'm like, what?
Yeah, what? Are you okay?
Like,
what happened?
Okay. Yeah.
Went to dinner. What? They had some soup, ...
Yeah.
It's like, oh yeah, hey, ... just checking in, ... love you, ...
Like, what? Did somebody die? Like,
are you
what?
okay? Yeah, exactly. That voice belonged to Henny. Micah's dear friend was here too, in the stone cell which smelt of death, and though Micah feared for Henny, she could feel relief bubbling up inside her. She was not alone after all.
Henny?
Micah crawled forth on her hands and knees, being too exhausted to stand, and stared into the shadows.
Henny, is that you?
Micah? A shaft of moonlight spilled through the singular barred window hewn high into the wall of their cell, and finally, Micah was afforded a view of her maid. Though christened Henrique?
It doesn't have the A. It doesn't have the A at the end. I know that.
Let's say Henrique.
Probably.
Okay. Micah had always called her beloved maid Henny. It seemed more appropriate name for so cheery a woman, for Henny, come rain or shine, was rarely seen without a smile. Henny was not smiling now, however. I think it's supposed to be like Henrique. I think so. I think that's what we're gonna go with.
Yeah.
She was sitting upon the wooden cot which Micah had first spied, her head bent. Henny's face looked woefully weary. She's so cute. Lost much of its usual pinkness. Her apron, once white, now stained and sullied with dirt. Henny's shoes had been black and sensible, but now they were mired in filth, and her socks were rucked up about her ankles. Henny's hands
Not the ankles.
Not the ankles. hands she held in her front were trembling like those of a woman thrice her age. She looked an awful sight, but Micah knew she could hardly have been any better herself. Henny's hair might have been a mess, but at least she kept it short. There were not so very much of Henny's dark tresses to be worked into a state of disorder. Micah's own hair, meanwhile, was very long and curly, and though she had worn it in a chignon? Chignon? That sounds right.
Yeah.
She could now feel it straggling loosely about her shoulders. The back of her neck prickled, either from the cold or for a dislodged hairpin or two. Perhaps that was why Henny stared at Micah so, once she had regained her own sense of equilibrium, as though she had seen a ghost. My God, Micah! Henny looked so alarmed, Micah felt almost ashamed. Micah was no stranger to shame. She felt it frequently, in fact, when she was with her mother. Oh, damn. She felt it frequently, in fact, when she was with her mother. Yeah.
Yeah.
But it rarely raised its ugly head in Henny's presence. Since Micah's girlhood, Henny had been her one staunch, steadfast companion. She was the only person Micah knew who took Micah for who she was, rather than wishing, often aloud to her face, that she could be more appreciative, more amiable, more effusive, more like a lady and less like herself. Henny didn't want Micah to be more. She only wanted Micah to be Micah. Did that mean then that Micah did not look like Micah at the moment? But who else did she resemble if not herself? What had happened to her? Are you all right, Micah? Oh, look at your poor face. Henny rose from the wooden cot which creaked and crushed before her friend. She's so cute. I love, she has just like the cutest little button nose and this little round face.
The little round face.
So cute. These round eyes too. Oh my God. I love her. Miss Henny. And also she's got a beautiful heart. Reaching out, still shaking, she cupped Micah's cheeks in her fingers and said, "You're bleeding."
I am?
Yes, you've a nasty cut beneath your right eye, and your cheek. Henny sucked in a breath, her expression grim. It's all banged up. You're positively black and blue.
Oh, I, hadn't realized. I'm sorry, Henny.
What? Henny, who had procured a handkerchief from her skirt pocket, it fortunately wasn't dirty, paused in her dabbing at Micah's face to look at her with bemusement. Why are you apologizing to me, you daft goose? You've done nothing to feel sorry for.
I don't know. I'm just...
Oh shit, hold on. One sec. There we go. Sorry, I forgot my phone was still... I need to... There you go. Turn that off. Did you read this?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry for making you worry, I suppose.
Oh, think not of it. Yeah, that's more like it. Think on not of it. It's my job to worry about you. I'm your maid, remember?
Well, of course I remember that much. My thoughts might be in a state of disarray for the present, but I would never forget you.
Yay!
You are much more than my maid, Henny. You're my friend, too. My dearest friend.
And I could very well say the same about you. That's why it hurts seeing you in such a frightful state.
Do I look so very bad?
Well, no. Henny scanned Micah's face, her brown eyes now bright with mischief. That depends on how... What the fuck was that accent? What the fuck was that? Who was that? Who the hell was that?
I don't know.
What the fuck was that? This is like every time I try to do a French accent when I'm playing Okami and I'm speaking for Waka. I'm just like, what fucking accent is that? Shit, that's what it is.
That's more accent than I got.
In.
Welcome, Koi.
Dipped into I think so. That depends on how honest you want me to be.
Oh dear. Do I look as bad as all that?
You certainly look better. The face is as banged up as a windfall apple. What does that mean?
An apple?
Oh, 'cause she's red but she's so pretty though.
Yeah.
I could shoot her head in wonderment.
I only hope that the apple isn't riddled with worms.
I don't think you've anything to worry about at that score, at least.
Well, that is a relief. I suppose things could always be worse.
Right you are. That's the spirit. You're still alive, and so am I, and we're together. That ought to count for something, although... Like an apple, 'cause she's red and sweet. Plus Riz.
Plus
Hell
Riz.
yeah. Henny finished wiping the worst of the congealed blood and muck from Micah's cheek, then drew back, her soiled kerchief gripped tight in her hand. Her expression newly dour, she said after a moment's pause. I am afraid that your parents might have been so fortunate.
What?
Micah's heart leapt in her chest at this somber announcement.
What happened to them, Henny? Do you know what's going on?
You don't?
I recall that we were traveling to Augsburg to visit my fiancé, but as for how we came here...
Micah closed her eyes in the hope of remembering something, but again, nothing came. Her mind remained stubbornly blank, as featureless as a snowy field, all flora blanketed in untrammeled whiteness.
I am afraid I cannot remember.
Not a single thing.
Nothing.
I see. Henny grit her teeth together for a few moments, her eyes dark. She seemed to be weighing upon her words, as a baker might measure out flour and sugar before speaking. That's not a surprise, I suppose. You hit her head pretty hard back there. It might be for the best that you can't remember all the gory details. I wish I could forget what happened myself, but... Henny's voice trailed away as awkwardly... Oh yes, Henny's voice trailed away as awkwardly she gripped her kerchief. Kerchief! What's the difference between a kerchief and a handkerchief?
Nothing.
Okay.
Probably.
Nothing. Thank you. You said it with so much confidence, I believe you. There we go. I saw.
That's the trick to it. Say it with confidence, and it has to be right.
So true. Sorry, I just saw Koi said, "Fuck my chungus life." Hi, ladies. My YouTube flagged it as inappropriate content. I'm like, no, it's fine. I think it's just an abbreviation. I don't know, maybe. That kerchief had
that, or maybe sorry. That or maybe a kerchief. The handkerchief is because it's hand kerchief, so it might just be a smaller version of a kerchief.
That's true, that's fair.
Logic.
That kerchief
but then who knows?
I know. I could look it up right now, but it's not important. The kerchief had been the only clean thing in Micah and Henny's cell, but now it too was ruined, streaked with brown and red. How deep was the cut that Micah had sustained, and how much had she bled? This too remained a mystery. Micah did not know. There seemed much, all of a sudden, she was ignorant of. Is a kerchief large enough to tie around your neck while a handkerchief isn't? That's what I thought. Oh, you know.
It makes sense.
That makes sense. She felt so very unworldly, she might as well have been a little girl again. Enthused after she had successfully stolen the key to her family's mausoleum. Micah had not known, as she stood in the chill entrance of the mausoleum, that she was about to lower herself into a subterranean world of death and decay, though part of her had wondered.
Henny.
Micah took Henny's hand in her own, her cracked fingernails digging into her skin.
What happened? Tell me, please. I want to know.
Yes, I thought you might. It does make things might complicated, though. I don't want to be the bearer of bad news. Just promise you won't take against me for what I'm about to tell you. I've gone through a lot tonight already. It would be the straw to break the camel's back. I just
Henny,
looked it up.
please.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
Vestra's correct. A kerchief can be worn. A handkerchief is for personal hygiene. Ah, thank you, thank you.
Nice. Henny, please. You should know that is a trivial concern. I'm fully aware that none of this is your fault. You have only ever sought to protect me. I have no better friend than you. Not in all the world.
And it's precisely because I want to protect you that I don't want to go into all this. I know it will upset you. Christ. It upsets me too. It's an upsetting situation all around. It's rotten, really, what people are capable of, but... Henny paused. She sucked in a breath. Then, in a calmer tone, she said, "Just how much do you want to know?"
How much is there to know?
Oh, I remember everything. I'll always remember tonight, I expect. Made quite an impression. Horrible things always do.
Oh dear, are things truly that dire?
They're pretty bad, yes.
Give me an abridged account, then. I've no need to hear everything.
Right you are. Annie bowed her head in acquiescence, her face half swallowed by the shadows. The beam of light which had penetrated their drab cell had long since been extinguished, the moon obscured beneath the rolling fog. It was so cold in their cell, Micah could not cease her shivers. Even her teeth felt cold, like shards of ice implanted into her gums. Henny's, I know, Henny's proximity served. It's very visceral, some of the descriptions.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, wow. Henny's proximity served as something of a comfort, but could not rid Micah of her trepidation. She knew, once Henny relayed the past events to her, her life would no longer be the same. Everything would change. It was changing already, in fact. So quickly that Micah hardly had a chance to gather her bearings. She felt lost, adrift, and hopelessly afraid. I'm sorry to tell you this, Micah, but during our travels, the carriage... It was attacked by bandits.
What? No!
Yes, they came creeping out like They came creeping out from the fog like... I don't know. Monsters from a children's story, maybe, but much scarier. They waylaid the carriage and stormed it. They drew out the daggers and threatened your father. When he refused to comply, well... Annie's expression twisted. They stabbed him.
What?
Micah stared. She had expected as much before Henny began her gruesome tale, but the news still shook her. Evidently, she had not been half so prepared to hear the worst as she had imagined.
Oh God, not my papa. My poor papa.
Papa!
Don't tell me he didn't.
This is a very beautiful, emotional moment. I love, like, Papa!
Oh, papa.
Papa! I'm sorry, but... Henny sniffed. It's as you're probably suspecting. His wound was a deep one, and he died.
Dead? My papa? Dead?
Dead as a doornail, I'm afraid. That's... You could have seen not
What
like
a
a
way
little
to
nicer
say
way
it.
to say that. Yeah, to her. She like the whole time she's like, I don't know, I want to be as gentle as possible when I say this. Yeah, that guy's fucking dead.
Dead as fuck.
It's like, shit, man, he can't be any more dead. I didn't hang around to see what had happened, but well, it was all over so quickly. I don't think he suffered, at least.
And my mama? What of her? Don't tell me she also...
Henny didn't reply, but the discomfort which crossed her face left Micah with no doubts as to her mother's fate. In one brief night, both of Micah's parents had been slaughtered. Now she was an orphan.
And what of us, Henny? How did we escape? I find it hard to believe the bandits would just let us go.
Oh, I'm sure we would have joined your parents if we had sat still like good little girls, but I didn't want to do that. I took your hand while they were busy with your mother, and we ran away. We fled through the woods, but the bandits took chase darn quick. It was very dark, and the fog was thick. I could hardly see what was happening. At one point you tripped and you fell. That's how you got that nasty cut on your poor forehead, and I was dragged down with you. We lay there on the ground in the dirt, while the bandits trampled about looking for us. I figured we were both a couple of goners. I started to say my prayers to the Lord Almighty, but then...
We survived.
Yes, we survived. Usually, I can't do it all the time as well, and I need to, hear it first, but I imagine Henny to be more, I wouldn't say cockney, but,
I know what you mean.
All right. What's all
very,
this?
Very rounded in your sounds, yeah.
Yeah. And I make her a little too soft, but I can't keep that up. So I'm gonna stick with whatever's coming out of my mouth. I'm very sorry.
That's just how it be sometimes.
I'm very sorry to tell you, but your dad is dead as a doornail. Deader than those guys in Final Destination. This, Micah supposed, was not such a surprise. It went without saying, really, that they had survived. Otherwise, they had not been sitting in this ghastly cell speaking to one another. Either the bandits had spared them, which seemed unlikely, or somebody had come to their defense. Who would have been wandering the woods so very late at night, however? Micah could hardly credit it, sorry. Their escape must have been the stuff of fantasies were made of.
Do you know how we escaped, Henny?
I know what my eyes saw, but if my eyes can be trusted or not, well, that's another matter altogether. I think I might have bumped my head myself. It was also peculiar. At the time, it seemed like a miracle. But looking back on it, that ain't the right word. See, because it sounds too posh for saying that, but
yeah,
we're gonna stick with it.
We're just doing our best.
We're just doing it. Miracles is just golden all his angels, but there was not holy about this. It was a right proper mess, really. A total bloodbath.
But blood?
Yes, there was blood. Lots of it. It's hard for me to explain, but all I know is, one moment we were sprawled upon the dirt, you unconscious, I half out of my mind with fright, and as the bandits approached, and the next they were gone.
Gone? But where and how? Did they run away?
Not necessarily, not of their own free will. The fog parted, you see, and this figure, this woman, she appeared so quick. It was like she sprung up on the earth. She wasn't very tall, I don't think she was at least. She was very skinny, but the way she looked, the way she moved, there was something unnatural about her. I didn't get a very good look at what happened next, but I saw her go after those bandits. I think there were at least 4 of them. That woman soon took care of them. There was so much blood and a lot of mud. Stunk to high heaven it did. Brought tears to my eyes. That woman, though, the woman in white, she didn't seem fussed at all. She stood there once she had finished, beneath the moon, like nothing had happened, and then... Henny pressed her fingers to her brow and, overwhelmed, shook her head. I don't remember anything after that. I think I must have fainted. When I finally woke up, I found myself here. It was your crying that woke me up. I've never been able to rest well by you in tears, Micah.
Yes, I know. You've always been so good and so kind.
What if we kissed Henny?
What if we did?
That would be nice.
I think we could.
I think we could. I would like that.
Thank you, Henny.
Adjusting my headphones real quick. Oh. I need to get a new pair of headphones. Because these ones, the one side of my headphones keeps like cutting in and out because I think the wire's busted.
Oh no.
So I need to get new headphones. Vampire Lady said, "Don't you touch her, rah! So first." Micah chanced to smile, though the muscles about her mouth felt atrophied, worn away following the news of her parents' demise.
I've no idea what I would do without you. It sounds like you saved me.
From the bandits? I suppose it did. But I wasn't much use when you took that nasty spill. There's no way I would have been able to carry you to safety. Not when we were all turned about in the woods. I had no idea where we were. I think I scraped my own shin too. My ankle aches. We'd been gone as if that woman hadn't appeared. But now that I'm talking about it, it doesn't sound real. I can't think of any woman who would be able to beat 4 men in a test of strength, not even your own Mademoiselle Blanchard. Micah's smile widened at this, the severity of their situation, and she was even able to manage a laugh. Oh, she has such a pretty smile.
Aww.
Wow. I can't get over how cute Henny is. Sorry,
Yeah.
I keep looking at her and I'm like, God, she's so cute.
I think for me, the black eyes with like just a slight light, like that always does it.
Yeah,
for me.
it's those big round eyes, and then she also has like these cute round lips too, and a little button nose. Everything about her is so round and cute. I love it. she's the best ever. It was a weak laugh which contained little in the way of mirth, but it was sincere. And he never failed to cheer her up. She must have a knack for it. Micah was too old to believe in magic, but when she was with Henny, she sometimes wondered.
Are you sure it was a woman who fended off those bandits? Perhaps it was some sort of animal instead, and you failed to perceive it in the fog.
That could be it. Like I said, my mind's a mess. I feel like I've lost a good 10 years off my life. Although... Here Henny smiled grimly, in the matter of all survivors after witnessing something horrid. That's better than having it cut short altogether.
We must be thankful for small mercies, yes, even if our lives were saved at my parents' expense.
Damn. Rip. Micah squeezed her eyes shut. She could feel tears beating upon her lashes anew, but this time she was able to subdue them. The news of her parents' death was a heavy burden to bear, but Micah, not having witnessed their final moments, found it hard to imagine. I guess that's like some kind of comfort, you know? I don't know if I would even call it that. It's hard to conceptualize her own parents' death because she didn't like see it, so now it's just like a story.
Yeah, then you have to think about the fact that technically she did see it, she just doesn't remember it.
That's true. Mm-hmm,
yeah, so like if her memories do come back,
you're so right.
I don't know if that's deal with it all over again.
maybe you don't need to remember, Micah.
Yeah.
It did not seem quite real. The shock of it all, perhaps, blunted her senses. It would take a while for her parents' passing to truly register. Yeah, see? When it did, however, Micah did not doubt the tears would come, thicker and faster than before. It had not always been so, but her childhood misadventures in her family's crypt had left her something of a crybaby.
Now then.
Micah inhaled, then glanced about.
Where do you suppose we are? And how do you suppose we got here?
From her perspective, her parents practically died off screen, yeah.
Yeah.
That's a good question. I've been wondering that myself. It's not the nicest of digs, is it? Digs.
Not particularly, no. It's awfully drab. And it's damp, too. I'm freezing.
You poor thing, you. Come here. Annie shifted closer to Micah, then drew her arms about her, holding her close. Then she glanced about. Both maid and mistress squinted into the shadows, as though they might unearth some secret way of escaping. A trapdoor, perhaps, or a hidden passageway. But, to Micah's disappointment, she found the cell quite unchanged. It was every bit as sparse as she recalled. The shadows did little to mask this fact, and still it stank. Goodness me, it's not much to look at, is it? You might as well be in a prison cell. I think you are. There you go.
I think that might be what this is.
Henny drew back from Micah, her legs crossed beneath her upon the stone floor, and frowned. I reckon you're right.
I wonder who brought us here.
You and me both. It was nice of our mysterious benefactor, or benefactress, to rescue us. Oh, they can't be all that kind if they're going to let us suffer in here. You think they could at least put us in a nicer room? I'm not expecting first-class accommodations, but you deserve better than this, Micah. This place isn't fit for rats, let alone people.
It's... alright.
Are you being serious? And he raised an eyebrow when Micah smiled.
It's better than being dead, at least, even if these lodgings are a mite uncomfortable.
Only a mite.
Well, quite a bit, if I'm being honest.
Micah drew her arms about her legs, her knees beneath her chin, and said,
When I woke up, I was lying on the floor.
On the floor? Henny's eyebrows shot up her forehead until they met her hairline. The gesture was so exaggerated it managed to bring another smile to Micah's lips, despite how very dire their situation was. I suppose it made sense. There being only one bed, but oh, and there was one bed. But oh, this is...
Oh no, one bed in my prison
oh,
cell.
no, whatever will we do? And it's so cold. There's no blanket around to speak of. Oh my god. Maybe we should huddle for warmth. But oh, that is too much. I can't believe they fling you about like a sack of spuds.
Many unbelievable things have happened tonight. Our benefactor must have been bucking the trend.
Bucking the trend is quite a term.
It sure is.
I'm not entirely sure what that means.
Me either.
Some benefactor. When I get my hands on them, I'll give them what for.
Don't, Henny. It wouldn't do to pick a fight with whomever brought us here. I wouldn't want to anger them, not when we are at their mercy.
Why? That makes us sound like captives.
Is that not what we are? This is a cell after all, and we have no means of escaping.
Maybe this benefactor has the same view of them as we do. Oh no, there's one bed. Whatever will you do?
We're being treated like prisoners.
I know, but it still stings. I don't care about me, but I don't want to see you being treated like a convict, not when you've been through so much.
You've been through worse. At least I don't remember what happened, unlike you.
And you're the one who'll be saddled with the consequences. Poor Micah. It was your parents, not mine, who were... Well, I don't expect there's much point in trying to suss out who's suffering more than who. As it stands, we're both in this together. I won't abandon you, Micah, so try not to worry. Keep your chin up. We'll get through this.
Thank you, Henny. I almost believe it coming from you.
Oh. You should. I don't say things I don't mean, you know. Now let's see. Maybe things aren't as dire as they look. There could be a way to escape yet. Henny Henny rose to her feet, though unsteadily, and did a circuit of the cell. The shadows made it seem larger than it was, for they obscured the walls, but it did not take Henny many steps to canvass the full length of the dingy room. She pressed her fingertips to the walls, then her ear, as though the stonework might whisper their weaknesses to her. But the walls, of course, remained mute. Henny then took the bars between her fingers and squeezed experimentally, but they refused to yield. Oh, come on. Bah! Frustrated, Henny gave the bars a kick. The tip of her shoe collided with them, loosening clods of dirt from her soles, but... damn it all. The bars refused to budge. They were quite impenetrable. Sighing, Henny changed tack. She moved from the door to glance up at the window, but this was similarly barred. Too high up to reach, and much too small to squeeze through. It almost seemed like a miracle that such a small window allowed any moonlight at all to spill into the cell when the clouds and fog shifted.
Aunt?
Micah asked when disenchanted Henny flopped down. When a disenchanted Henny flopped back down beside her with a rustle of her skirts.
Did you uncover anything?
Not all, except that we're more trapped than I thought.
I thought you might have come to that conclusion, yes.
God. Henny kicked off her right shoe, then began to massage her feet, which had begun to throb. This is a rum situation. Wonder what we're to do.
I don't think there is much we can do other than wait.
I suppose you're right. I can't say I like the thought of that, though. A sitting ducks here. I feel we ought to be taking some kind of action. And he looked about the cell once more, then sighed. But I'm drawing a blank here. I can't think of anything we could do. I'm sorry for being so helpless, Micah. I went to look after you, but I'm at total loss.
Don't apologize, dear Henny. I feel better simply being with you.
Oh, how nice. That's something at least. Wish I could be of some real use, though.
You are of real use. Without you, I'd be an unconscionable mess, weeping on the floor.
Well, can't be having that. It breaks my heart to see you cry.
Much as it breaks mine to see you self-flagellate so
You got it.
over something that is not your fault.
Touché. Now that we're well and truly stuck here, suppose we might make the best of it. Although, what bad feeling about this place? Gives me the creeps. I don't know who imprisoned us here or what cause, but they've no manners to speak of. Why, it's almost as if... Oh, did you hear that?
Mm-hmm.
No.
Oh.
Henny began, but she found herself unable to finish the sentence. A sound issued forth from the darkness, emitting from beyond their tightly sealed cell. It was a faint sound, but Henny still heard it, hovering in the sour and musty air. It sounded like a scream. Good God! What in the world was that?
I suppose that was just the wind.
Do
Mm-hmm.
you really think so?
Yes, I imagine.
Micah answered in the affirmative, though deep down, both she and Henny knew the truth. It had not been the wind. It had been too raw, too pained, and, though faint, unmistakably human. I was gonna say, I forgot the window is barred. I was gonna say, I was like, well, maybe if you, like, lift somebody up, you might be able to squeeze through, but, no, there's bars,
Yeah, no.
There's bars up there.
It's the bars.
With no obvious way of escape and very little to do, Micah and Henny had no choice but to idle their time away. They sat upon the floor together with their legs folded primly, like two little girls conducting a make-believe tea party. Henny had at first balked at the thought of her mistress sitting on the stone like a plebeian. I haven't heard that word in forever. Micah's dress was already so dirty it didn't matter. The two women did not, however, abandon themselves to inertia. Henny knew that they had to do something to take their minds off their ghastly predicament. Fortunately, Henny was not empty-handed. She had in her pocket, alongside the kerchief she used to wipe Micah's cheek, a pack of cards. These cards were worn and bent at the corners, but they remained perfectly functional. For want of a better way to use their time, Henny proposed to Micah a game of Joker, a game which Micah agreed to. Pleb, yeah. Do you remember an era where people like said that unironically and kind of still
Absolutely,
do sometimes?
They still do.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And I'm like, that's insane.
Yeah.
We cannot.
And it's like I try to think back and I'm like, was I ever that person?
No.
I don't think so.
I thought the same thing too. It's like, did I ever say that unironically? No.
Like, was that me?
Was that me? I did a lot of cringe things back in the early 2000s,
Yeah.
but that wasn't one of them. The two women played several rounds of Joker, examining their decks and dispensing of cards. The game did not require a great deal of tactical thinking, but it helped alleviate some of Micah's worries. It could not, alas, alleviate the cold. But Micah had been shivering for so long she had almost grown accustomed to it. She had been in the dank, miserable cell for so long she could scarcely remember how it even felt to be warm. Had her journey to Augsburg continued unimpeded, she would now be sitting by the fire in Walter Gerhardt's... Gerhardt? Yeah. Walter Gerhardt's
Oh, thank God we're not marrying Walter.
Yeah, Walter. What the fuck you doing, Walter? Goddamn. Gotta start throwing in random old internet slang to keep everyone on their toes. Yeah. Throw in like I can has cheeseburger somewhere in there. That's crazy. We were literally when I worked today, I was literally just talking about this with my coworker.
Give it a little raw XD.
Yeah, we were talking about the rustling your jimmies meme because one of our other coworkers did not know what the fuck that was, and I was like, really?
That's so funny.
Yeah, it's like they've never heard of it in their life, and I was like, what does that mean? I'm like, what do you mean? What does that mean? Do you not know? Hit them with a what are those and see what they do. Well, see, what are those is too recent, honestly.
Yeah, what are those are pretty recent. I feel like every pony is still also pretty recent.
I love throwing every pony into sentences to see who catches on. Yeah. Had her journey to Augsburg continued unimpeded, she would now be sitting by the fire in Walter Gerhardt's living room, or else tucked up in one of his many guest bedrooms with a warming pan at her feet. Well, if you didn't know, I actually knew where that's from. The pan that you heat a little pan and then you put it under the covers at the edge of the bed to like warm it.
Oh.
Warm your feet. So I believe that's what they're talking about.
That's a new one to me.
Yeah. Both Augsburg and Walter Gerhardt seem very far away to Micah now, though being confined thus in a prison cell. How long has she been sitting with Henny on the floor shivering? Micah did not know. She could not tell. All Micah really knew, in her infinite ignorance, is that the night seemed hopelessly long, she hopelessly small and insignificant. See if everyone remembers the Rafflecopter.
The Rafflecopter.
Jesus. I'm so old.
It's like you have to throw in the like fire in my laser to see who
God.
knows, you know?
Such a
like who's reacting?
Fuck. You have to see like the people who pick up their heads and just like stare at you with like 1,000-yard stare.
Like knowing.
Like internet, there was the YouTube poops of today are just not the same.
It's not the same.
It's all just like absurdist humor, and sure,
People
it's funny,
take themselves
but
too seriously
yeah.
now.
Now everything has to be like a fully edited masterpiece with 7,000 camera angles, like a Bollywood film. I'm just like, sometimes I yearn for a simpler time. In my heart, the internet is still a skeleton war. God, I'm so old. There was no clock in Micah's cell, and neither she nor Henny carried timepieces upon them. The only means Micah had of tracking the advancement of the hour was the sliver of sky she could see beyond the narrow window, situated high above her head. She could recall that the sky had been dark upon her waking, and it remained so now, 3 games of Joker later. I'm looking at a Reddit post celebrating the Rafflecopper's 17th birthday. Oh my fucking god. The post is 4 years old. The Rafflecopper can go out for a beer now. Fuck. God damn. The moon, which emerged from the fog at irregular intervals, shone its pallid light upon Micah's head and upon her hand of cards, lighting her Joker and his wide rictus grin? That's a new word. Rictus.
Rictus.
Micah had never much cared for the Joker in Henny's trusty pack of cards. His expression unnerved her. Every once in a while, as she played, Micah spared a few glances at the barred window above her head. Though she could not guess the hour, she knew it was late. It could have been an advanced hour of the night, or could have been, by the same token, the very, very early hours of the following morning. The calendar might have shifted already from one day to the next, but Micah was none the wiser. The sky was so dark, Micah found it hard to believe the sun would ever rise again. The darkness which abounded within her cell was so complete, it seemed to have blotted out the very concept of morning altogether.
This is exactly how I feel when I wait for morning in Minecraft.
You know, that's great, because I was just about to make a comment about, like, wow, this prose is so beautiful. I love it. Just like Minecraft. Wow. Life is like Roblox.
Me standing at my acacia doors, watching the sky outside.
Fuck! Hurry up!
One hand on the window, staring wistfully.
It's like, goddamn, I have shit to do, hurry up! She feared she would never again see the sun's golden rays, never again hear the twittering of the starlings in the trees, which announced a brand new day. When did the birds begin to chirp beyond her bedroom window anyway? Micah could not recall, but she thought it must have been around 6 in the morning. Micah had gone to bed at 10 every night, like a dutiful daughter ought, but she had often found it hard to sleep for a full, unbroken 8 hours. Fuck, me too. She would arise at odd hours, at 1 or 2 or 3, her head full of thoughts, and often she found it hard to sleep again. When this occurred, Micah would rise from the bed and to sit by her windowsill, her forehead in the summer pressed to the glass. That always helped cool her and her errant thoughts alongside it. Oh, how her mind raced. This is ridiculous, and he groused, all while examining her cards. We ought to be at Herr Gerhard's right now, safe as houses. Safe as houses, that's an interesting term. We weren't so very far from Mossberg. At least, I don't think we were when we were attacked. Why do those bandits have to go after us?
We were just unfortunate, I suppose.
Just like my Christian Minecraft server.
I can't imagine the bandits meant specifically to target us. We just happened to be there.
Probably right, but goodness. Of all the awful luck.
At least you've had a fair run during our game. You've beaten me out soundly during every single hand.
Huh. Well, true, suppose. Wait, I suppose I should thank the heavens for small mercies, eh? And he smiled at Micah's attempt to cheer her, but it didn't last. Oh, I read that. Well, accidentally. It's fine. Both Henny's smile and Micah's cheer were half-hearted, and they were soon swallowed by the sinister darkness of their cell. It's a shame I don't feel more thankful. I wonder what Herr Gerhard would make of this. He'd be off his head, I'm sure, if he knew the state you're being kept in, Micah. I'm enraged too, for you and him. You deserve far better than this. You're a von Essen, for crying out loud. The person who's holding us here will feel mighty sorry when they realize who you are. You're a real lady.
Maybe.
Micah's reply was vague in both tone and meaning. Not even Micah herself was sure whether she meant to disparage Henny's optimistic assertions that her being a lady would grant her any favor with her captor, or whether she meant to challenge the notion she was a lady at all. Micah had been born to a noble family, it was true, with a lineage which could be traced back centuries, but the Von Essens were not what they had been. Half a century of poor financial decisions and a grandfather with a compulsive gambling addiction had led to the squandering of much of the Von Essens' wealth. Yeah, but they got, like, so much of it, so it's fine. Don't even worry about it.
It's fine.
It's fine. You got so much. You can make it back. It'll be totally fine.
What's a little gambling
What's
addiction?
a little
who
gambling,
doesn't have one of those nowadays?
Who doesn't have a gambling addiction? Where's Relly? Get her in here. Miss Gambler herself.
So true.
While still in possession of their family home and a veritable fleet of maidservants, the family's finances has been in a dire state ever since Micah could remember. Though not openly wanting for cash, Micah's parents had made a good many purchases based on their family's prestige rather than figures in their bank account. Micah's wedding to Herr Gerhard had been an attempt to shore up the family's wealth before they could fall from grace altogether, but that now seemed an impossibility. Mortis, I love gambling! Hi, Ami.
Welcome in, Ami.
Welcome in. How could Micah wed Walter when she was incarcerated? If Micah had loved Walter, she surely would have shed tears over so cruel a fate. Damn. As it was, however, she was curiously calm. What did she care how Walter Gerhard felt? She barely knew him. Well, not worry. Herr Gerhard must be sitting in his drawing room now, wondering what the blazes we are. Herr Gerhard is sure to send out a search party before long. He'll be worried sick about you, Micah.
Do you really think so?
Absolutely. I mean, he is your fiancé. He's got to be worried. You're such a sweet thing. I don't see how he couldn't.
Thank you, honey. I appreciate it.
She doesn't need a man. I'm not here for men. Men who? Get them out of here.
Fake.
Fake. Not real. Men don't exist. Don't thank me, Micah. I'm just stating the facts. If I was a man and I had a fiancé like you, you can bet that I wouldn't let you out my sight. Hee hee hee.
Perhaps it's a good thing that I'm in here with you then. You at least know I'm right. Not know I'm all right.
Ami is like so true. Ami isn't real.
Fake.
Yes, you are. And I thank heaven on high for it. You know I'd do anything to keep you safe, Micah.
I know.
Micah could well believe that coming from Henny. When it came to Henny's claims about Walter, however, Micah was less certain. Oh my god, hey. Wow.
Oh my god.
Hey. You know that thing I said? Don't worry about it. Don't listen to me.
Actually, like,
I'll consider it. I'll consider it. I'll think about it. Wait,
maybe like,
is he
kind of real?
I'm trying to see so hard. I can't tell if he's. Is that?
It
brown?
looks almost gray.
It looks oh my god! Wow. Is
it
this
might be like a dirty blonde?
Yeah. Are we not going to comment about how Henny just told her if you were hypothetically fiancés, I would let you out my... No, don't worry. I clocked that. No, don't worry. Don't you fucking worry. Oh, I didn't see Ami's hey. Hey. It's not quite the same, but what I also like about this art style is that it reminds me a little bit of Touch Starved as well, just with that kind of painterly style and how like the lips are drawn and everything.
Mm-hmm.
Touch Starved has some more like harder lines in the art.
Lines.
Yeah, but
it gives it like a vibe.
It gives it like a manhwa vibe, kind of, you know.
Yes.
This is more like full painted.
Yeah. It reminds me of in Castlevania.
Yeah. The
painting,
yeah, the
like
Castlevania
quality.
art.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, so good. Also, just these outfits are also very Castlevania.
Yeah. It might have to do with, vampires.
Oh, that's true. What did she know about Walter, really, other than his age and his occupation and how fabulously, excessively wealthy he was? Oh, you don't say. Oh my god. Micah had met Walter on only 3 past occasions, and they'd exchanged almost as many words. The man was a stranger to her, and Micah's desire to marry him was inversely proportional with her parents' desires to see her walking down the aisle. Micah had been dreading her visit to Augsburg for well over a month. Now it had been terminated. She felt a perverse sort of relief. I get it, girl. I get it. It's not what you wanted to do with your life. No matter how well-dressed, beautiful, handsome, rich he is. I get it. I understand. We
wanted it canceled, but we didn't want it. We didn't want it canceled like this.
Yeah.
Yeah, like oops.
Like, you deserve to live your life. And guess what, Micah? Won't have to worry about men for much longer. You don't even think about a man ever again. Part of Micah had even begun to wonder whether the bandits' attack had brought with it some good alongside all the bad. But that, Micah chastised herself, was hopelessly cruel. Were her parents' lives truly worth that little to her? It was true enough that she may never see Walter Gerhard again, but she would never see her mother nor father again either. It was not a fair trade, not by any stretch of the imagination. How could she ever thought such a thing? She really must have been wicked. Was that why she found herself in such a dire situation? Perhaps this was God's way of punishing her for being a poor daughter, and a sinner who spent too much of her time lost in daydreams, imagining things which could never and would never be. It's okay, Micah. We wanted the wedding canceled. We didn't want her parents canceled too. Micah and Henny sat in their cell for what could have been minutes or hours or even days, whiling the time away. By God, there was so much time, with continued, unending, incessant games of Joker. Micah's heart was not in the game, her head being otherwise occupied, and Henny trounced her soundly 12-1. She's about to learn about bisexuality. maybe even just being sapphic. Henny was better than Micah at card games in general, so this came as little surprise. Micah was accustomed to losing and accepted her failures with good grace. There was more important things in life than card games. Don't tell Yugi that, oh my god. In any event, Micah was glad to be rid of the eerily grinning jokers in her deck. Little of note happened during these dead, empty hours. Micah had begun to wonder, in a detached way, as Henny launched into their 14th round of Joker, whether they would ever meet their rescuer. Perhaps whoever had hauled them from the forest had done so, not as an act of kindness, but as a means of prolonging their suffering. Maybe they meant to keep them locked in the cell alone until time itself slowed to a trickle and then ceased, the squalid stone walls tumbling down about them to crush their emaciated corpses in the debris. But soon, shockingly soon, or so it seemed, despite all the interminable waiting, Micah found her hypothesis proved wrong. Oh my god. She could hear, above the sound of Henny shuffling the deck, a sound. Footsteps. Footsteps were quiet enough at first, and Micah wondered whether she had imagined them, but as seconds elapsed, they became louder still, until even Henny heard them. Goodness me! Henny fumbled with the cards, then threw them down. Red hearts and black spades spilled across the stone. Can you hear that, Micah?
Yes, I can. Somebody must be coming.
Oh my god. Our rescuer from the woods, do you think?
They could be our rescuer, yes, but maybe.
Micah chose not to finish this thought. Her saliva felt too thick in her throat like tar, and she shivered. She didn't want to extinguish the hope which she could see flickering now in Henny's eyes. That would have been cruel. Henny's head swiveled to the grated iron door, excitable as a puppy and wide-eyed as she peered through the shadows. This is a turn for the better. I was beginning to worry they've forgotten all about us. I can't wait to come face to face with them. I'm sure to tell them exactly what I think about their so-called hospitality.
You've said that once before, honey, and I wish you wouldn't. I don't want to anger them.
Oh, stuff and nonsense. I'm sure it'll be fine. I'm about to start shivering too. If they wanted to harm us, they had plenty chances to do it already, surely.
That is true, but...
The footsteps drew closer still, echoing about the stone walls, echoing inside Micah's skull. The footsteps could represent only two things. They would mean salvation if they were lucky, but Micah found it difficult to believe this. Neither she nor Henny had been very lucky that night, despite Henny's continued witting hands and Joker. It seemed far more likely that these footsteps would bring about yet more suffering, and sure enough. Well, well, would you look what the cat dragged in? The voice that cut through Micah's musings was a proud, haughty one, the syllables polished to perfection like cut glass. The voice belonged quite obviously to a woman, and given her pronunciation, she must have been very well bred. Perhaps their rescuer was a lady, then. Avon such and such like Micah, from a family whose ancestral home was vast and old and grand enough to have its very own dungeon. Whereas most nobility used their subterranean storage space for wine cellars, this family seemed to prefer taking prisoners. The thought did not fill Micah with much confidence about her mysterious rescuer. Anxiously she glanced up to meet the source of said voice, and when she did...
Oh.
Micah could not help but gasp in surprise. I know, I get it. Oh my god, hey! Oh my god, she's so pretty. I love her.
Wow.
I can't wait till we get to see her without the bars. The owner of the voice, who now stood upon the opposite side of the cell's door, was not at all what Micah had imagined. She's so beautiful. She was shorter than Micah had expected. Shorter than Micah herself.
I was hoping so. Sorry.
That's crazy, honestly.
Well,
that's so powerful of her. I love that.
Literally. I was like, oh my god. Because, when Henny said that
she was short, yeah.
Kind of short, I was like, oh my god, I hope so mad. Like, oh my god.
Because obviously in the opening, Micah's lower than she is, but
You're
she might be kneeling, which is so hot.
That or like leaning or laying or and I was like, oh my god, we love a petite powerful woman.
Queen. Oh my god. She was shorter than Micah had expected, shorter than Micah herself, who was dwarfed by her wealthier, significantly older fiancé, and slender with it, her cheekbones high, her neck not dissimilar to the stem of a flower. Oh my god. Oh my god. God, she's so hot. Oh, I love her. The fucking corset. Oh my god, her cape. Girl. White hair and pale skin. What does she remind me of? Oh my god, white hair, long pointy ears. That's crazy. The rose symbology. Oh my god. Who could possibly be similar to this? who could possibly? Unfortunately, I can't change my eyes to red, but I can do this. Oh my god, hey. She's so beautiful. Her skin was frighteningly pale, like that of a corpse, and beneath her eyes Micah could see dark rings similar to those she often sported during long nights at her bedroom window, unable to sleep. Oh, and they're doing the thing that I always fucking do too, where it's a white hair and dark eyebrows. That's like my staple.
It's good. It's so peak.
It's just such a peak design. I love it so much. The woman, or was she a girl, had hair so fair it was almost white, which almost seemed to glow in the moon's light. Her hair was not worn in a chignon, we think?
Yeah.
But it instead was loose. It tumbled about her shoulders in waves all disarrayed, in a manner which would have made Micah's mother swoon from sheer impropriety of it all. Yeah, but it's decorated and beautiful. Look at those beads. And she's also has like, it's either in like what are they called, bubble braids, or like actual braids in the back. Oh
it looks
God.
like it might be bubble. It's probably more likely regular braids.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I love it so much. Oh.
Yeah.
The girl's appearance, but was she a girl, was striking, not only because of her indeterminate age, but because of her eyes, which were widely spaced and fringed with the most luxurious of lashes. Hell yeah. Her irises were not brown like Henny's, nor blue like Micah's. They were not green, nor hazel, nor gray, nor any of the other shades Micah had seen in the faces of her family servants, and the attendants at the boutiques to which her mother took her, and the congregation at her local parish. Her irises were... Sorry, I just had a thought. Because I'm like, oh my God, and we're bringing the Lord into this? Oh my God. I love a good sacrilege.
Yeah.
Her irises were, instead, bright red, so much that they bordered on the visceral. These lovely irises were even redder than the blood which had seeped from Micah's sliced cheek, and seemed to be full of violence. God, that's so hot. The girl was a perfect stranger to Micah, but her eyes told more than pleasant chit-chat ever could. She was not normal. Micah knew instinctively, as she gazed upon her, that she should keep her distance. If she could, but this only made her conversely feel more enchanted. Hell yeah. She could not look away from her. It was as though her captor had placed her under a spell. That woman! Henny shifted back, her skirts shifting against the ground. She's the one I told you about. Micah, the one from the woods. She's the one who fought off those bandits. I thought I saw what I saw was unbelievable, but now I know it wasn't a dream. She really is real. She killed all those men. She's a monster. Oh, a monster am I? The woman's unnatural eyes narrowed and, with a smile, said, You cut me to the quick, you humans do. At least, you would, were I not so accustomed to it. Perhaps I bring it upon myself, given the unusual manner in which I treat my guests, but you could at least try to be polite. Why, if it were not for me, the both of you would be lying in the woods right now, mangled beyond all recognition. Her little pout.
I know.
So you believe we're the one who saved us? I thought as much. Yours isn't a face anybody could forget in a hurry. Why, thank you. I will take that as a compliment. I am very striking, I know. Yeah. Where did you save us there? And how? I can't believe you brought us back here. Whoever here is on your own. You must have had help. Oh, if only. But alas, I've not had any help for... Well, let's see. It must have been a century at least. A century? And he gawked at the woman, her eyes agog. But that would make you older than my grandmother. That can't be right. You don't look a day over 18. Oh, do you really think so? You're too kind. Laughing softly, the woman extricated a key from her pocket, then inserted it into the awaiting keyhole. Hey. Oh my God. Whoa.
Welcome to my cell.
Welcome. Oh my God. It's so crazy that you're here. Like, oh my God. I'm so not prepared. Look at me. I'm such a mess today. Deftly she turned it, and deftly she stepped inside the cell, the hem of her dark cape dragging against the uneven stone floor. You keep saying words, and I'm more turned on by every sentence. Once inside the cell, she turned to close the door, then lock it anew. There, that ought to do it. It'd be horribly tedious if you tried to run from me. I do run, though. I'd love it when they run. I would be able to catch you, of course, but I'd rather not bother with all the fuss. With the door secured, the woman placed the key inside her pocket and turned to look at her prisoners. Her red eyes met Micah's, which were narrowed with mistrust, and pouting, she said, Now why are you looking at me like that? You're making me feel quite unwelcome. I thought you would be relieved to see my face, after being left to languish in the catacombs of my castle for hours on end. But maybe I was hoping for too much. In any case, you shouldn't frown like that, dear. It's an awful waste. It'll wrinkle your pretty face. Do you really think it's pretty? This chastisement was familiar to Micah. She had heard it many times from her mother, while Micah had been trained to obey her mother without question. However, it was not so with this strange woman. Some of her reticence fell away, and, needled, Micah said,
What I do with my face is my own concern. I'm sure it's none of your business.
Hell yeah. My goodness. You're feistier than you look. I took you for a shrieking violet, but maybe I was mistaken. You might make for quite the amusing plaything, though you'd be a good sight prettier if you smiled. Oh my god. It's so hot coming from a woman.
Literally.
Like, whoa, oh my god, really? I can't say I blame you for being so surly, though. I never liked smiling on command either, though it's been many, many years since anybody last tried to give me orders. God, I love her. It's fortunate nobody can tell me what to do now, at least. It came at quite the price, but... Oh, well, never mind. Where are my manners? My name is Magdalena, but you can call me Lena. My family's name, meanwhile, is of no particular importance. They might have commanded some respect back in the day, but it is not so now. They might have long since been obliterated. I doubt history will remember them. I would not wish to. I am all that is left of their legacy. A fact I would very much love to rub in their faces, but alas, I never got the chance. It's very nice to meet you for the second time this night. So saying, Magdalena dropped a neat curtsy, taking hold of her cape in lieu of a skirt. But I'm afraid I will not be afforded much of a chance to properly know you. While I would relish the chance to speak to a couple of young maidens such as yourself, I have designs for you beyond idle chatter. I'm shaking.
And what do you mean by that exactly?
Only that, now I have brought you here, I cannot continue to let you live. You have already seen too much. Oh, what? Henny stared at Magdalena with wide eyes, so full of fear the air swelled with it. What do you mean? What I said. You try to keep up. It's awfully tedious having to explain myself down to the finer details. But I suppose you have the right to know the bare minimum, prisoners though you may be. I would hate to keep you in suspense, and at this point it doesn't matter how much you know. You won't be able to tell anyone else what you might learn here. You'll not be venturing forth beyond the walls of my castle ever again. Magdalena smiled, her lips lifting in a wicked grin, not so very unlike that of the Joker in Henny's pack of cards. Though Magdalena's face was white, her lips were red, much like her eyes. They stood out in her milky face, like a rose blooming despite the winter's chill. Or else, Micah thought with a shudder, freshly spilt blood. You must understand that I am not a normal woman. No human can hope to best me when it comes to a competition of sheer strength, as the bandits who were pursuing you soon discovered. It didn't take me more than a few seconds to dispatch them. The fight they put up was so pathetic. Makes me wonder why they even bothered. If they had any respect for my time, they would have slit their own throats with their daggers and saved me the trouble. Oh, it's so hot. She's not a normal woman. She's better. It's so true.
Absolutely.
You humans can be awfully thoughtless. But if they had done that, I would have been able to bring the leader of their little group back to my castle. He was in a bad way, and I was obliged to introduce myself to him before bestowing upon you the similar honors. I really must apologize for making you wait. Magdalena dropped another curtsy, as an elegant lady might, but it smacked of insincerity. How many men and women had Magdalena brought to her castle, and how many had she summarily tortured?
Yeah.
Micah knew at least one, besides herself and Henny.
The bandit's leader. Did you kill him?
Eventually, yes. It was quite the sight. You ought to have seen the way he begged and pleaded and groveled at my feet. A grown man like that who was practically made of muscle. Oh, how fickle fortune is. Just 1 hour hence he was the predator, stalking his prey through the woods in the next. Magdalena drew a hand across her neck in the unequivocal universal gesture of a slit throat. Well, what goes around comes around. He got what he deserved, and his screams really were exquisite. Did you perchance happen to hear them? It was being rather loud. What? You? Oh goodness. Surprised, are you? You shouldn't be. The man was a bandit, a vulture in man's flesh who profited off misery. If it weren't for me, you would have gone the same way as the poor unfortunates in that stalled carriage, the driver and the horses too. Nobody was spared their ravages, man or beast. They made quite the grisly mess. Were I a century younger, it would have been enough to turn even my stomach. Maybe that is so, but to gloat over a death like that, it doesn't seem right. You're twisted. If I am twisted, that is only because of this world. Magdalena began, but then paused. A momentary furrow captured her brow, but soon it straightened out, as though nothing of note had occurred. Well, never mind that. I do not wish to spout cliches about good and evil. I would begin to pour myself. The fact of the matter is that man got what he would deserved, as did his companions. Patriots. I took great pains to ensure that. I paid that brigand back twofold for what he did to you. Did you know that he tried to be stoic in the beginning? Humans often are. Human males in particular. They have so much pride. It's funny, really, that a cur like that would care so very much about appearances. He was less a man than he was a dog, but he still had pretensions of greatness, or of grandeur. Oh, I can bark. I soon stripped him of these lofty delusions, however. Humans are very like in one regard, at least. You all scream the same after your bones have been broken, and you all bleed red. That man was a brigand, I'll grant you that, who deserved the hangman's noose, but that's for a court of law to decide, not you. What you did is injustice, it's barbaric. You shouldn't be taking pleasure in other people's deaths. Whoa. I'll give you the right to kill him anyway. I had every right to kill him. He was trespassing upon my land, as were you and the young lady here. His life was forfeit the moment he encroached upon my territory. The Lord's Prayer may say that we ought to forgive those who wronged us, but I have no patience for such teachings. They do not apply to me. The Lord has forsaken me. I am no longer a member of his congregation. He would have no love for me as I am now, and I have little love for him. I cannot conceive how he would let me suffer so if he truly existed. Sometimes I do wonder. So you mean to add blasphemy to your list of crimes? Oh, I've done far worse than that time. In my time. Oh, yeah, baby. God, it's so hard. The morals of you good, sententious. Oh, sententious. That's such a word.
Yeah.
Churchgoers do not apply to me. I'm none of your kind. I am a drinker of blood who walks the night. I've been alive for over a century, though my life is very different to yours and your mistress's. I thought that you could entertain me, and neither do I want you to. I have no desire to understand you either. There would be no point. Please, I can do tricks. I can spin around. I roll over and play dead. What do you need? We are much too different. A drinker of blood? What that would make you? Sorry.
A vampire?
It was Micah who offered forth this label after Henny's voice faltered. I suppose the cross necklace is just fashion. I can fetch! That's my favorite thing about vampires wearing crosses. Like, the pure sacrilege of it all, and like the defiance to God. It'd be like, suck my dick.
Like, I'm gonna wear it anyway, thanks.
Mm-hmm. I love it so much. Micah was an ardent devourer of books, and she had read before of such shadowy denizens of the night, much to her mother's chagrin. Lady Von Essen had thought that Micah, as a well-bred young woman, ought to not read at all. It will only excite your mind, dear, but should instead busy herself with embroidery. Micah, why can't we have both?
Why not both?
Why not both? Micah, however, had always preferred books to busy work, particularly work which involved needles, and she found herself returning to stories time and time again whenever she needed a break from her own dreary life. Micah had read all manner of books over the years, but she preferred adventure stories full of mystery, intrigue, and yes, even murder. Ooh, scandalous Micah. Micah knew from her reading that vampires were nocturnal creatures, often aristocratic, who shunned the sunlight, dwelled in ruinous castles, and supped upon the lifeblood of fair maidens. Yes, Micah thought, in an oddly detached manner, that did make sense. Yeah, you eyeing her? You looking,
Mm-hmm.
you perceiving? Oh my god.
I know I am.
She's just so beautiful. She had sensed there was something strange about Magdalena when her eyes had first met. Magdalena really must have been a vampire. It all made sense, at least it would have, had Micah been a heroine in one of her novels. Thinking about a certain vampire, if you know, I'd be thinking. But life, Micah reminded herself, was not akin to a story. Micah might have consumed books like a starving man, but she had sense enough to know what the words written within the pages of adventure stories were all skeins of fiction. Vampires ought to have remained within the realms of make-believe. They had no business walking around as humans did, made of cold, unfeeling flesh with hearts which no longer beat. Was it the foot-long ears that gave it away? I don't know, maybe the fangs too. I don't know. It could be a stretch, but
maybe the bright eyeballs.
I don't know, maybe something about that. In fact, also, they're all sexy as fuck.
Yeah.
They were supposed to be constructs, mere figments of fantasy. But Magdalena was undoubtedly real, and unsettling though she was, Micah did not take her for a liar. Yes, that is correct. I am a vampire, and this castle is my territory. It and the woods that surround you. You wandered into my domain, you hopeless little lambs, while on the run from those awful bandits. I know none of this is your fault, and I've no quibbles with you. I'm not blaming you for what occurred tonight. There. See how fair I am? I'm too nice by half. Too nice for my own good cause. You've been awfully surly with me, the both of you, but I've only ever been polite. I would even let you go if I could. Dispatching of brigands is one thing, but I take no pleasure in harming young ladies. I fear that would be foolhardy. I cannot allow anyone who has wandered into my realm to leave alive. I do not want you telling tall tales. I should snap both of your necks and be done with it, but... Magdalena's red eyes found Micah's and then held them. Her smile, which hitherto had seemed so easy, faded as she frowned. You don't seem to be a mere peasant. I can tell from your clothes, dirty though they are, and that you are from a wealthy background. Your voice and your bearing. Yes, even the way you look at me. It all suggests that you are in fact a lady. Would I be correct in that assessment?
Why do you ask?
It would be problematic for me if I were to dispatch a woman of renown. I would not want your disappearance to catch the attention of men in high places. If they were to send out a search party into these woods, it's not wholly impossible that they would stumble upon my home. I have lived out of sight from the public eye for nigh on a century, and have no desire to invite half of Osberg's constabulary into my home. The idea is incredibly unpleasant. Magdalena pulled a face, as a small child might when confronted with a plate of food they did not much care for. If you really are a lady, I might do well to exercise some caution. I suppose I can always spare your life and kill only this dowdy. Dowdy common girl. Your maid, I take it. Magdalena looked to Henny now, her lips curled in a mean smile. What do you say to that? It's not a bad trade, is it? For life for yours. Precious few people who find themselves in my abode are ever able to live to tell the tale. You would be one in... Goodness, how many guests have I had over the years? There must be a good 200 or 300. Aren't you touched by my thoughtfulness? Silence descended in the decrepit cell, following Magdalena's announcement. Stuck for words, Micah could only stare at her, her lips parted. What was she to say to Magdalena's proposal? How was she to feel? There was relief, certainly, at the prospect of escaping the cell, but Micah could take no real pleasure in it, not when it would come at the cost of Henny's life. How could she abandon her friend, who had been by her side since our early childhood? Were it not for Henny, Micah knew she would be dead already, butchered like a farmyard animal in her parents' carriage. Henny had rescued her once already. It seemed unconscionable that she should leave her now. Micah turned this over in her mind, worrying her teeth with her lower lip when... Ow!
No!
Ow! Ow! Oh shit, this is such a nice CG! This is such a nice CG!
It's so good, but also...
We
can't let her die.
She's so pretty. She's so cute. I love her. Maybe she has... Oh, yes. It's like, how does one miss a castle? Maybe she has the Castlevania Dracula special outside. The Dracula special is so funny. But, I mean, this is in this time period. I don't know exactly what time period this is. But it's like, there's much less... You know, there's much more woods than civilization. So she could just be like up in the mountains, you know, covered by trees and way out there. It might be like also, well, no, I was gonna say is like maybe there's like, oh, there's talk of a witch in there and you can't go there, can't go over there. But no, she was like, I was very careful to make sure that I'm hidden and nobody gossips about me. Hold on, I'm gonna crack a cold one. Ooh yeah. Nice. Ooh yeah, grip it and rip it.
Rip it, sip it.
Yeah, Imagine she lives long enough for deforestation to be cursed. Yeah. Well, if it's my life that's all you're after. Henny reached out, taking Micah's hands between her own, then said, What else is there to think about? That sounds like a fine suggestion to me. Don't you agree, Micah?
What?
Micah stared into Henny's round, soft face, her eyes vast and uncomprehending.
Surely you don't mean that. You're not alright with this, are you, Henny?
Well, it'd be a lie if I said I was jumping up and down for joy at the prospect of being eaten by a vampire. Henny's smile wavered, though she tried to maintain a brave face. But if it's what I gotta do to save your life, Micah, then I'll do it. I do love you, after all. I'm not going to let you get hurt. Henny tried to sound brave. Micah could hear how her voice trembled all the same. Could feel, too, how Henny's hands shook. Henny, like her, had heard the screams of the bandits' leader as they echoed through the halls. Though neither woman had seen his final moments, they knew from his cries that his demise must have been barbarous. Micah could not allow Henny to endure such suffering for her sake. She could not allow her to die. Micah knew Henny wished only the best for her, but...
No.
Micah spoke up, her voice surprisingly cool, given the wild fluctuations of her heart within her breast. And they're very nice.
I won't allow that to happen. It wouldn't be right. If one of us must remain here, then it ought to be me.
What? No, you can't mean that, Micah. Surely you jest.
No, I'm not. You know I have a terrible sense of humor, Henny. I hardly ever tell jokes. I don't have enough levity in me for them. I'm being very serious. You've always looked out for me, ever since I was small. Not that I always listened to you. Don't you remember when I stole the keys to the mausoleum in my insufferable curiosity and crept inside?
But of course I remember. You dragged me in after you, despite my warnings, and it went about as badly as expected to.
Didn't it just?
Faintly, Micah smiled, dire though their situation was, happy to share this memory with Henny. For all she knew, it might very well have been her last chance to reminisce with her maid like this. Micah knew not what the future held, but... Lady Von Essen was in such an awful mood when she found out. It was quite frightening. I've never seen anything like it.
Oh yes, she was fearfully cross. It's a wonder fire didn't come out of her nostrils.
I recall that she struck you, and then when I tried to argue on your behalf, she struck me too. She struck me so hard my ears ring from its ear sometimes.
God, yes, poor hen. I felt awful about it at the time. Really, I did.
Her nickname for her is so cute.
I know!
Oh, Henny or Hen, that's so cute.
I didn't care about my punishment. God knows I deserved it. But you'd done nothing wrong. You'd been perfectly reasonable about the whole thing. If I'd listened to you, we could have avoided the furor?
Yeah.
Altogether. Oh, furor.
Yeah.
Like fury. The
Yeah,
fury.
yeah.
Fury. Okay.
That's such an interesting spelling.
I know. We could have avoided the furor altogether, but it was too reckless.
Are they talking about, like, hold on. I'm gonna look it up.
I assume it's like her mother's fury.
I assume so too, but let me see. Oh yeah, it's just an archaic way of spelling it.
I see.
Wow. Yeah, it's just an old way of spelling it. That's so interesting. It is
That is
pure.
really okay.
Yeah. That's such a crazy way to spell it.
Yeah.
Yeah, same thing. Outbreak of public anger or excitement. Wow.
Adds to it though.
Yeah.
I ignored your wishes, but you still tried to protect me. You jumped to my defense just like a knight, and you were slapped silly for your troubles. It was horribly unfair. I've dragged you into all sorts of messes before, and you've always come to my defense. You've been a wonderful friend to me throughout the years, but I can't keep relying on you. I don't want to take advantage of your kindness.
But Micah, I like it when you rely on me. Please, feel free to take advantage. That's what I'm here for. Oh my god.
No, I can't. It isn't right. It's long past time that I repaid you.
By offering yourself up as a sacrifice on my stead. That isn't what I want, Micah, please. And he stared at her mistress, her wide eyes entreating. I love you, but you're acting like a crazy woman.
And you are the pinnacle of rationality, aren't you? Are you, considering this... And you are the pinnacle of rationality, are you, considering this crazy deal? That is truly insane. Don't tell me you've accepted all this.
Of course I'm not accepted it. I'm terrified, really. See how my poor hands are shaking? But one of us biting it has to be better than both of us. If I can protect you, then I must. I will. That is my job.
No, it isn't. Not any longer. I'm absolving you of your duty, Henny. This farce has lasted long enough.
What farce?
You know what I mean. Magdalena.
She's just like looking at her nails this whole time. I was like, huh?
Yeah, like, okay.
Yes. Have you quite finished with your little quarrel? Must confess I was beginning to feel rather left out.
My apologies. I will endeavor not to be so rude in the future to my hostess.
Oh my god. Micah dipped her head in a gesture of esteem, one not so very dissimilar to the way Henny was bidden to bob around her mother. Micah knew she could not afford to anger Magdalena. If Micah was to save Henny, she would be obliged to beg and bow and scrape. Fortunately, begging and bowing were not beyond Micah's means, even though she was a lady. She was no stranger to scraping either, having tearfully entreated her parents to reconsider her marriage prospects. She had failed on that score, but she didn't intend to fail now. She knew what she must say. It seemed a stretch that Magdalena would believe her, but if she did...
I fear you are laboring under a misapprehension, Lady Magdalena. Your reasoning is sound. There would, indeed, be a ruckus if a noblewoman was to go missing, but your application is not. I am not a lady, you see, but my companion is.
Oh? Magdalena raised an eyebrow. And you mean to say you are the maid in this? This lumpen Henny here is the mistress? Lumpen? Hey, come now.
That's so rude.
That's so rude.
That is correct, yes. I know I am dressed as a lady, albeit a disgraced one, but that was part of Lord and Lady Von Essen's ruse. While traveling, they often have me dressed as a lady, while Henny, that is to say, Henrique, dresses as a maid. It is a means of subterfuge, so that, if our carriage were to be attacked by bandits, I am the one who would be in harm's way, rather than my mistress. Only a truly desperate bandit would rummage through the pockets of a maid, especially when she is with her lady.
What? Micah, that's... Henny began, but Micah cut her off. She was warming to her ruse, and she found she could not still her tongue, not until she had delivered her whole address.
Lady Henrique is the one whom will be missed in Augsburg, not I. She has a fiancé waiting for, and he is a very important man. If she doesn't arrive before the dawning of the next day, he will be certain to send out a search party for her. You would not want that, would you?
Magdalena pondered Micah's tall tale for a few moments, one gloved hand resting upon her hip. As she thought, Micah stared at her, compelling her through sheer force of will to accept her tale at face value. Micah knew her story was patently unbelievable, but she didn't need to convince a whole jury. She needed only to convince Magdalena. It's not entirely unbelievable.
It's not entirely unbelievable.
Like,
no.
that would be a reasonable and sensible move.
Magdalena is over a century old.
But
if
also,
she,
yes.
like,
but also,
like,
she would probably be like, this is the dumbest thing I ever heard, but you are so funny. I
Girl,
love that for
you are so
you.
pretty.
You are so pretty and so funny. An age seemed to pass, during which nobody spoke until... Oh, very well. If that's how it is, then I suppose I have no choice. You may leave my abode, Lady Henrik. Here, Magdalena dropped another effusive curtsy. If that is indeed your real name, I will grant you the chance to reunite with your fiancé in Oxford, who must be awaiting you with no shortage of anticipation. Who wouldn't, after all, wish to dote upon a maiden as fair and fine as yourself? You're surprisingly...
You called her lumpin.
I know, you called her lumpin. Your surprisingly well-spoken maid, however, will be bidden to remain by my side.
Oh no.
Do we have a deal? Oh no. Not me remaining by the vampires. Oh my god, that's crazy.
That is the last thing I'd want. Oh my god.
Oh no, I could never. Oh my god. Me be trapped here in this big castle with such a strong woman. Oh my god.
Yes, I would do anything to ensure Lady Henrik's safety.
Oh, most assuredly. You would not consent to acting as a decoy on her behalf if you didn't care. What a wonderful friendship you women have. It is quite special, really, particularly given the disparity in your social statuses. Now come along, Lady Henrik. It was very lovely to make your acquaintance, but now I fear I must cut our meeting short. Let me escort you to the front door. It's the least I can do for a woman of your lofty status. What? Micah, no! Henny cried, but in vain. Magdalena was soon upon her, her pale fingers winding tight about her wrist. Micah, please! Stop this! Tell her the truth!
I'm sorry, Hen, but...
Abashed, Micah dropped her gaze to the stone floor. Though she had given her life for Henny's sake, she found she could not meet her friend's gaze as she was dragged bodily from their cell. The hurt in Henny's countenance and the betrayal stung far too much.
This is how it has to be.
Says who? I was willing to go along with this woman's plans, but you scuppered. That's also a word.
Yeah.
Scuppered it up. Oh. I don't understand you at all, Micah. Why would you tell such a tissue of lies for little old me? Magdalena, please. Henny stared at Magdalena, all while trying, and failing, to dig her heels into the stone floor of her cell. Surely you can't believe my mistress. It's obvious she's lying. There's no way she isn't a lady, not with her fancy, proper way of talking. She's far, far more genteel than I could ever dream of being. Her manners are certainly more polished than your own, yes. Perhaps this comes from years of servitude. You could stand to learn a thing or two from your maid, Lady Henrik. Your fiancé won't think much of you as you are now, I'm afraid. Why, you're speaking almost like a fishwife. Now come along. Let's not argue. You'll give me a headache. But Micah, I can't leave her. Let me go. Henny cried anew, squirming now, but Magdalena's hold upon her did not loosen. If anything, it seemed to grow stronger, to such a degree that Henny screamed. Hey, we could be a little more gentle, please. I love her. Ow. Henny's cries echoed through the cell, more unbearable than those of the bandit's leader during his final moments. Magdalena had not made Henny bleed, at least, but she was gripping her wrist so tightly, Micah feared she might snap it. Henny, who was short and dumpy. Dumpy.
Damn.
What the fuck? Could put up little in the way of a fight. The poor maid was quite helpless before her. There was nothing which could be done, not any longer. Henny would have to leave, while Micah would remain incarcerated in this dreary cell alone. This is what Micah had wanted when she had spun her, frankly, untenable story. So why then did she feel so guilty? Let go of me! Let go, I say! Micah, please! Henny continued to protest, but Magdalena remained insensible to her cries. The door of the cell was closed once more with a metallic clang, and Micah was left upon the ground, pale-faced, trembling, and all alone.
Henny, no.
Henny, no! Oh my god. Forced to marry a man she doesn't love, Micah despairs her future, and she and her family fall afoul of bandits deep in the woods. With the help of her maid Henny, Micah is able to escape. Oh yay, it's the opening movie that you don't get from the demo. Yippee!
Woo!
Whoa.
Oh.
Only to find herself captured by the mysterious vampire Magdalena. Oh my god, hey.
Hey. Wow.
The fact that she's shorter than her.
I know.
Oh my god. Whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. Character designs I have not seen. Micah fears her captor, and yet... Oh my god, the bite marks on her arm!
Oh.
Whoa, 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 whoa. She feels safer with Magdalena than she ever did her fiancé. Oh my god.
Oh.
Whoa. Honey! Page
this
of
is
Roses!
gonna be incredible.
Yay! I'm so excited! Hell yeah. Kiss! Oh. The time passed at an agonizingly slow pace as Micah sat on the stone floor of her cell with her legs demurely crossed. Without Henny to cheer her, the air felt colder than it had before, the shadows darker. Magdalena had taken Henny from the cell so abruptly she hadn't been afforded the chance to collect her scattered playing cards. Oh, a souvenir. Now these cards were strewn upon the floor, red diamonds, red as Magdalena's eyes, and coal-black clubs. Micah caught the eyes of a nearby joker, his lips pulled into an unsettling smile, and shivered. She knew she was being paranoid, but she felt almost as if the card was mocking her. Micah reached out, fingers trembling, to grab the card, then flip it over. She did not want to look at the joker's grinning face. She did not want to think either about what Henny was doing, or how she was feeling, and she certainly did not want to think about her own future. It would be easier to drive such musings from her mind, and yet... Though Micah tried to keep her thoughts placid, like the smooth surface of an untroubled lake, sinister queries, sharp tooth-like eels, writhed just beneath the surface. What would happen when Magdalena returned? Did she mean to kill Micah quickly, or would she make her suffer first? Magdalena had seemed to derive great pleasure from her torture of the bandits' leader, but she had said she did not care to harm young ladies. And she meant it. Listen, women go through enough during this time period.
Literally.
Lena is just like, girl, I'm not gonna do that to you. Listen, I'd just be tired. We don't have to go through that whole mess. Okay. Micah could only hope. If Magdalena did not mean to kill her, she would do so quickly. She had suffered enough for one night, no, for one lifetime. Micah, despite her heroism, did not want to die. The thought terrified her. Actually, I'm gonna save real quick.
Yeah.
Because my PC has been known to crash, so. When she imagined how Magdalena might kill her, a blade to the throat perhaps? Poison, drowning, strangulation? All hot. Her skin
Yeah.
was now icy cold, rippled with goose flesh. She did not want to be stabbed or poisoned or drowned or choked. Why not? She wanted to
For the
live.
normal reasons.
Okay, I guess so. She wanted to live. I'm like, sure. Micah had read stories of knights and their exploits, but she was no chivalrous herself. She was a young woman, though not, as her mother might have reminded her, so very young anymore. She had little experience of the world beyond her parents' home. Poison's hot? Yeah, it can be.
No. Teller's just strange.
Some men just can't handle their arsenic. From an early age, Micah had been taught to hold her tongue, to hold her thoughts, to be sweet and pretty and patient and, above all else, pliant. No, let her cook. Thank you.
I can't let her cook because she will cook with poison. Okay, look, this is the problem here.
You had it coming. She was not supposed to think for herself, let alone stand up for herself. How is it hot? It only causes you to faint softly into the arms of... Oh, I see it now. Is it? Listen. Oh, shit. Hold on, go back. There you go. Listen, okay, I'm about to read you something. Say you have a scenario. Maybe it's like either enemies to enemies who fuck, or it could be like, I don't know, like a revenge story maybe. And you're sitting across from the person who finally you get this one moment and you watch them consume either a drink or the dish that you know to be poisoned, and you sit back in polite conversation as the world starts to fade around them, and they realize as they're choking on their last breaths, they look upon you sitting there with a sumptuous glass of wine in your hands as you relish in your victory. Hot, is it not?
No.
No. Exactly. What if you pass the poison mouth to mouth? Crazy. Now you're cooking with gas.
Okay, maybe.
Now you're cooking with gas. You kiss them and make them swallow like an arsenic pill? Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, now you're fucking cooking. That's delicious.
I like my enemies to become lovers and not to kill each other.
Okay, but listen, sometimes you want to get spicy. The only times Micah felt herself were those when she played cards with Henny, or read her books, or sat up by her window at night and stared out into the garden. Micah was 25, almost 26, but she knew nothing of the world. She knew nothing of freedom. She had never truly lived. How then was she supposed to die? She could not pass on, surely, until she had at least been afforded the chance to visit some of the places she had read about in her stories. Such dreams had been all which had kept Micah going throughout her dreary days kept indoors. She had persevered, not for the sake of her present, which she had lamented, but the hopes of a better future which waited beyond the horizon. Now, Micah feared she would never be able to reach that future. Her life was to be curtailed before it could truly begin. She would never see any of the world now. Paris and Venice and Rome would remain a mystery to her. Exotic settings for stories and nothing more. It's okay, Paris is overrated.
Yeah.
You don't need to go there. Accidentally break your secret agent's cyanide molar when you bite them? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Now you're fucking talking. She had been born trapped, and now she would die. The only difference was, it's no longer her parents entrapping her, but a monster. And that's hot! Her 25 years thus far have been a story. Micah thought bitterly. It would have been hopelessly dull one full of endless waiting, but precious little doing. Waiting to live, waiting to die. Was there any difference between these two states, really, when all was said and done?
There's no point crying about it.
Micah muttered this under her breath in the dark, for her own peace of mind.
There's no guarantee I would have been allowed to live, even if Magdalena did set me free. I would have to return to Herr Gerhardt, and we would wed, and then I would spend the rest of my days trapped in his house. I would go from being a cloistered daughter to a cosseted wife. Is that any better, really?
Real as hell.
Yeah.
In Micah's eyes, it would have been nothing but another form of imprisonment. Walter had the money to travel anywhere, but whether he'd be willing to expend these funds on little jaunts for his housebound, bored wife was doubtful. So if you were my wife and I was there with you wherever you wanted to go, baby girl, wherever you want to take a day trip to Paris, you do it. You want to go to Venice for a little bit, you do it. We'll take you to Greece, wherever you want.
Whatever you want, baby girl.
Whatever you want. My beautiful, my love. Perhaps it was better this way. Micah had no life, she knew, waiting for her beyond the walls of Magdalena's castle. She had never been allowed to live as she had wanted. That being the case, she might as well die. She had nothing left to lose. The minutes passed by, each more intolerable than the last, until Micah was alerted by the sound of footsteps. Oh my god, I missed you. The iron door which partitioned the cell from the hall opened with a scraping squeal, and once more Magdalena entered Micah's cell. Hey! Though Magdalena had left with an unwilling Henny in tow, she was alone now. Henny had gone. Well, well, aren't you a sight for sore eyes? How fare you, my dear captive? I do apologize for the wait.
Oh, never mind about me. What about Henny? Did you set her free?
Goodness me, your loyalty towards your lady is most profound. I was certain you'd be inquiring as to your own fate, but no, you seem only to care for her. You really ought to worry about yourself more, given the circumstances. But I shall endeavor to allay your worries. I did indeed set your mistress free. I escorted her to the entrance of my home, then bid her on her merry way. Why do you ask? Do you not trust me?
You've done little to deserve it, given the way you've treated Henny and I, but oh. I'm so glad to hear it. I only hope that Henny will be alright on her own.
That remains to be seen. I might have set her free, but there's no guarantee she'll be able to find her Elsberg. Not in the dark, with all this fog. These woods are dense, and the paths are not clearly signposted. It would come as no surprise if she were to find herself lost, or else at the mercy of wild animals. This forest is fair teeming with wolves. Did you know that?
Wolves?
Oh yes. This forest is just as much their territory as it is mine, and they often come out at night to hunt. Bandits are the only thing fair ladies have to watch out for. But if your lady friend is resourceful, and luck is on her side, she'd emerge from this trial unscathed. And let us hope that she'll be alright, shall we? Micah said nothing to this, but instead dropped her gaze, her irises fixed upon her knees. Her mind turned, not to her own indeterminate fate, but to Henny, who would now be staggering through the woods, wreathed in ephemeral fog. Micah saw Henny backed against a copse of trees, their branches slender, sinister, as a pack of hungry wolves bore down upon her, their eyes glistening madly in the moonlight. Hey, contrary to popular belief, wolves don't really go for people much. Just kind of,
right.
yeah, it will like, not saying that it doesn't happen at all, but typically wolves try to go for, like, if you're like weak. Well, she's a little not doing great, but they typically try to go for like a weakened animals, and they're also they don't like actively chase down prey. They're marathon runners, not sprinters. I am a puppy expert. I know a lot about all kinds of doggies. But this was only one possibility. Magdalena had said Henny would need luck on her side, and Henny had that in spades, if her performance in Joker was anything to be believed. She had always been better at cards than Micah. Now, enough about Lady Enrique. She's no longer my captive, and, as such, is of little interest to me. I would far rather speak to you.
To me?
Yes, indeed. I've designs on you. Yes, designs? Yes.
Mm-hmm.
My loyal little serving girl. You know the whole story about alpha myth around? Yes, it is hella myth. There is no alpha in a pack of wolves. There is, that is something that only occurred when people started, putting wolves in captivity. And so it only works on captive wolves, and it's not the same for, wild wolves, because when one wolf starts getting an attitude towards the rest of the pack, that pack will tend to kick out that one because they are all a unit. There is no alpha among wild wolves. True facts. Every day is learning.
Every day is learning.
I do hope you'll make yourself useful during your stay.
Designs? Then you mean...
Micah pressed her fingers to the base of her throat. She could feel her pulse beating beneath the surface of her cool skin, as erratic as a rabbit's caught in a snare.
Do you wish to drain me of my blood?
Please say yes. Do you want me to drain you of your blood?
We see.
Magdalena tittered. How very eager you are.
It is not that. Do not misunderstand. I wish only, if you mean to kill me, that you would do so quickly. I've grown sick of waiting.
Oh yes, that look in your eyes is delectable. It may be more so even than your blood. You're so very defiant. What is this I spy? You appear to be shaking, my poor little Micah.
That is because of the cold.
And not because of your fright.
I was able to protect my dear friend. I've nothing to be afraid of now.
And you care nothing for your own life?
I've never been afforded a life. You may take it if you wish. You wouldn't be the only one.
Damn. Real as hell.
Yeah.
Ah, yes, that is the fate, or so I've heard, of being a servant. You poor dear. And then the guy who made the study kept trying to spread the word that he made a mistake, but it was so pervasive that it stuck. Yeah, 100%. Please stop, ma'am. I'm not even a woman and I'm on my knees. Magdalena's red eyes softened, and for a moment Micah wondered whether she could not see a trace of sympathy upon her captor's fair face. It lasted only a second, however, before it faded. Well, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but I'm afraid I can't comply with your request. For the moment, that is. I will drain you of your blood in due course, but I've no desire to do so now. The bandits I encountered earlier made for more than satisfactory meal. I'm so glutted I do not think I could drink another drop of blood.
Then, you mean to draw this farce out longer still?
I'll draw it out for as long as I wish until I'm sufficiently thirsty. There seems little sense in overindulging. I'm sure that your blood would taste sweeter than a bandit's, but that only makes it more imperative that I save you until I truly want you. Oh my god.
Huh.
Though it was Micah's death Magdalena spoke of, there seemed to be something sultry, seductive even in the way she stressed her words. Thank God. Micah, who was unused to being wanted. Oh, really? Yeah, I did read that right. I was like, really? No! I want you, girl. Don't worry. I want you so bad. Found the blood pooling beneath her cheeks, despite the chill which clung to her. How would it feel when Magdalena brought her lips to her neck? Would it hurt?
No.
No. She supposed she would feel a pricking sensation as Magdalena's teeth sank into her flesh, and then... Now, won't you come with me? You'll catch your death of cold, staying inside this dreary cell. Then you'll be of no use to anybody. If I am to enjoy you properly, I would prefer to do so while your body is still warm.
What?
Yeah, exactly. Like, huh?
Like, what?
One scientist mistaken thus throughout the butterfly effect. It made Sigma semi-popular slang, and the entire Omegaverse exists. She's like, I'm not now horny, I'm trying to be scared. But yeah, I guess we can thank that guy a little bit, that one scientist, for being super wrong about wolves, because now we have a delicious Omegaverse.
Now we have delicious Omegaverse.
But even then, Omegaverse kind of took on a life of its own.
Yeah, for sure.
But we kind of evolved it a little bit more. Micah looked at Magdalena, her blue eyes uncomprehending.
Are you really letting me go?
In a matter of speaking, yes. Though I'll only be transporting you from one prison to another. As your hostess, I don't believe that these quarters are wholly appropriate for a long-term stay, especially not for a fair maiden such as yourself. You will be in my abode for several days yet, I fear, until I further need of you. Until then, I would like you to live in some measure of comfort.
How unexpected. I didn't know that you were so gracious.
I can be. I have hidden depths, much like the forest that surrounds my humble abode. I do so hate to see you shiver so, and your skin is so pale. Poor dear. You and I can almost be sisters. I hope not.
I hope not.
White skin may be fitting for us vampires, but it isn't so for maidens. Not even the fairest in all the land. Now please follow me. I've doubt you any real wish to stay here, languishing, unless you mean to make a further martyr of yourself.
No,
Micah bit her lower lip. She was loath to accept kindness from Magdalena, but she did raise a fair point. It's cold in her cell and miserable alongside it. If she remained there overnight, it did not seem impossible that the blood in her veins really might freeze. Micah had already given up on her own life, but she did not want to die as a stray dog, racked with shivers.
if that is what you want from me, then I've no reason to refuse.
How very biddable you are. The words which come from your mouth might be stubborn, but it seems you've experienced when it comes to following orders.
Of course I do. I'm a maid, like I said.
Ah, yes, so you did. That would explain your servility. Part of me was hoping you might refuse, so that I would be bidden to carry you.
Suddenly I am refusing.
Suddenly I got my attitude back. Oh, crazy. Actually, no. I don't want to go.
No. I'm going to stay right here in this cell. No.
But this is fine, too. It spares me the effort. Shall we?
Please, lead the way.
Micah dropped Magdalena a curtsy this time, taking her dirty skirts between her fingers, the pads of which had turned pink from the cold. Magdalena smiled at this display. For a prisoner, you're awfully cheeky. Then turned upon her heel after bidding Micah to follow. Naturally, Micah obeyed. She could see she had little choice in the matter. Magdalena led Micah down a twisting hallway packed full of cells identical to the one Micah and Hanny had been imprisoned in. Micah tried not to peer into these cells as she passed them, but curiosity soon overcame her as she found her head swiveling. She feared, as she stared through the darkness, she might encounter sights more horrific than she was capable of comprehending. Rusted torture instruments, perhaps, or dead bodies. It was so very dark in the bowels of Magdalena's home that Micah could scarcely see anything. Not even the moonlight, which spilled intermittently through the barred windows, could fully illuminate the sprawling prison complex. This, Micah supposed, tearing her eyes away from one of the cells as she passed it, was probably a good thing. She had witnessed enough horrors for one night. Magdalena eventually brought Micah to the foot of the stairs, which led up from her subterranean cells. Careful, Magdalena cautioned Micah before they began their ascent. These steps are steep and slippery too. If you fall, you may break your neck. Had Micah been less nervous, she might have laughed to hear her jailer fuss over her so. Obeying because she could kill me, totally not for any other reason. A broken neck didn't seem like so very cruel a fate when compared to Magdalena's designs upon her. Perhaps it would be quicker to die thus, rather than having her blood drained. At the very least, it would be a swifter demise than freezing in her prison cell. Micah felt little in the way of humor. However, as she took the chill banister beneath her right hand and began to climb, she could recognize the irony in Magdalena's warning, though only vaguely. Her mouth felt hewn into a permanent line, as though carved from stone, her brow furrowed. It seemed unlikely she would ever smile again. The chill of the basement faded as Micah cleared the final steps of the twisting staircase to emerge in a spacious hallway lined with arched windows. The hallway was not so very dissimilar in decor to her parents' home, though it was less ornate, the furnishings worn down by old age. It was apparent that Magdalena's home had once been noble, but it had clearly fallen to rotten ruin, its heyday long since past. The air in the ground floor smelt almost as rank as that in the dungeon, and every conceivable surface was heaped with inches of dust. So much dust, in fact, Micah could feel it in the air when she inhaled. Blech.
Look.
The dust irritated her eyes and nose and laid heavily, unpleasantly upon her tongue. Micah swallowed, hoping to void her mouth with a taste of decay, but in vain. The dust was so thick she sneezed, which prompted Magdalena to say, "Bless you."
Thank you.
Micah replied, abashed, and then,
I thought you did not care for God or his teachings.
I don't, but I presume that you do, and I thought you might appreciate it.
I see. How very thoughtful of you.
I know. For a vampire, I'm unusually sensitive. She's so funny. I love her. Mute with fatigue, Micah continued to follow Magdalena to the end of the hall, wherein a wood door was inlaid. Magdalena seized the brass handle and twisted it, and pushed it ajar. It stuck for a few moments, as though unwilling to move, but soon shifted, creaking as it did so. When the door swung back, it was revealed a vast, spacious room with a ceiling so cavernous, Micah had to crane her neck to see it. A large ornate staircase was set in the center of the room, which rose to the floor above it, the banisters made of wrought iron. This, Micah supposed, must have been the entrance hall. It had clearly been designed to impress, for its vastness was almost dizzying. Magdalena's home, could it really be a castle? It was larger even than Micah's, and vast enough to be unnerving. Trapped within this scenery, the scene of spoilt luxury, Micah felt smaller than ever before, a tiny doll rather than a grown woman, rattling about in a playhouse. The entrance hall must have been a fine one, but it showed clear signs of deterioration. The dust was so profuse that it made Micah's eyes water, and several of the stone steps which led upwards were cracked and chipped. A grand piano could be found in one corner of the room, but its lid was shut, and Micah doubted it had been played, if it still could be played, in decades. There was a chandelier in the entrance hall, hanging aloft from the high, high ceiling, but when Micah craned her neck upwards, she could see even in the dark that it was festooned. Festooned? Festooned.
Festooned.
With spider webs. The house might have been grand once, but it was not so now. It seemed a wonder, really, that it still stood, when it clearly was uncared for.
Your servants don't seem to be working very hard.
Micah spoke lightly, her voice swallowed by empty air.
Perhaps you ought to see to hiring new staff. My mistress would never permit.
Micah brought her hand to the banister of the grand staircase and then drew it back, wincing. The pads of her thumb and index finger were fuzzy with dust.
This.
Oh. Magdalena, who had already begun to ascend the staircase, turned to look at Micah and smiled. Are you judging my home, Micah?
I would never presume to be so rude. I just thought it might feel more homey, that's all, if it were less
of a pile. Magdalena laughed, then shook her head. You are quite right, of course, to judge. Please, judge away, to your heart's content. I've never been a fan of this place myself. Its scale is too grandiose even for my liking. My great-grandfather, it was he who had this place built, had more money than sense and absolutely no taste to back it up. A house has no need to be this large. But there was land enough for it, and money too. And when a man has land and money, it means he will often think, oh, why not? So true, Queen. Practicality matters little in the decisions of great men, and neither, to my unending woe, does aesthetic sense.
I can believe that. My own father, my master, rather.
Girl, get it together. Micah's face flushed at this gaffe, the tips of her ears turning pink.
Half filled my own residence with pointless baubles. They were all very expensive, but not particularly cohesive. The parlor looked like a museum once he was through with it. It hardly seemed like a place to sit and relax. I was too afraid to spend any measure of time in there in case I broke something.
So true. It seems we have something in common. I found this place dismal even when my family was alive. And we had a legion of maids back then to keep everything spick and span. They kept the dust and cobwebs at bay, bless their hearts, but they couldn't combat the loneliness. Now, my family is dead, and all our maids along with them. I can hardly take on new hires, being what I am, so my home was rather left to go to ruin. I clean what I can, but there's so very much house to clean and only one of me. It's quite the overwhelming challenge. It's like physically impossible.
Yeah.
Like there's just physically
like,
no way that
you
she
literally can only clean so much.
You can only clean like one room a day, and like the second you're done with that room and then moving on to clean another room, it's like already getting dusty again.
Yeah.
It's like by the time you finish one half of the house, then you start working on the other, then that half that you previously worked on is already dusty.
And that's if you have the energy.
Yeah.
Like,
can you imagine? And that's just like days and days and days of cleaning.
Yeah.
I barely cleaned my own damn room. Like, shit. My attempts at cleaning have fallen quite by the wayside during the last half-century. I hope you can forgive my slovenliness.
Oh no, it's fine, I understand.
You're too kind. Magdalena's red eyes softened, as they had back in the dungeon, with something akin to sympathy. But before Micah could ponder this, her jailer turned. Oh, listen to me, Brazelon. It is most inconsiderate of me, especially when you must be tired. Let us make haste to your room. Micah followed behind Magdalena as a puppy might, almost grateful to her for the promise of a room and of a bed. I can sleep at the foot of Magdalena's bed. I'll do it. I'll curl up in a little ball.
Yeah.
It was as Magdalena said. She really did feel tired. She was more than ready to lie down beneath warm covers, or even lukewarm covers, and sleep. Anything would have been better than the stone floor upon which she had been lying. Micah yawned, her eyes blossoming with tears anew, while pressing her right hand, fingertips still flecked with dust, instinctively to her mouth. Ew.
Oh?
Oh, we got another scrim. But half asleep though she was, Micah's senses were alert enough for her to detect a sudden noise. There came, through the yawning gulf of the entrance hall, a sound not dissimilar to that Micah had heard in the dungeon. It was a scream, or was it? Micah was unsure. The scream was fainter than the one she had detected in the dungeon, and seemed to emit not from the ground, under which the cells lay, but above her head. Was there another person concealed in Magdalena's abode? Somebody other than herself? Was it another captive, kept separate from the rest? Was it Henny?
Magdalena.
Lena, please. Magdalena is quite the mouthful. I would rather you use her nickname as you did with your mistress. She's jealous. She's like, call me fun things too. Micah wished to contest this. Her relationship with Magdalena wasn't close enough to allow the use of nicknames. Ooh, I love this music.
Yeah.
But she felt too tired to engage in an argument. What did it matter really how she dressed Magdalena when soon she'd be dead?
Lena, then. What was that noise I just heard?
What noise?
You didn't hear it?
Micah stared at Magdalena, her expression one of patent disbelief.
It wasn't very loud, I'll grant you, but it was unmistakable. I swear it sounded just like a scream.
A scream? Magdalena pondered, one hand beneath her chin. Such sounds are not heard of in my abode, when I'm attending to a prisoner. Micah shivered. But there is nobody here now except me and you. Nobody living, at least. What does that mean? Huh? What does that mean?
Then, it's not the imprisoned bandit?
Certainly not. He will never make a peep again. I made sure of that with my own two hands. It would be hard for him to speak with half his throat torn out, you see.
Oh.
Oh.
Whoa. Okay.
Micah pressed a hand to her own throat, as if to check its integrity, and as she did so, choked. The air was so thick with dust it was hard to breathe. Now, dear, worry not. It was not your mistress who screamed thus. If that is what you are wondering, I'm a woman of my word, and I promise I let her go. She is quite, well, she's not necessarily all right, but she is away from me, and there is a possibility that she might live to see another dawn.
Then who screamed? What was that sound?
It must have been your imagination. You have overexerted yourself after this night's events. Anybody would be exhausted in your situation.
It didn't feel like a dream, though.
No. Magdalena shrugged in a manner which did not seem which did not seem quite in keeping with her aristocratic bearing. I suppose it must have been the wind then. So very drowny in here.
Is that all?
That's all it could have been, unless you mean to suggest that the dead can speak. Well, it depends on what kind of vampire lore you got.
Yeah.
Are you dead? Usually, a lot of times, most vampires, when they turn, are considered dead. What about you, miss? I would like to know. Magdalena's red eyes bore into Micah's, so intense Micah feared they would consume her. Unsettled, Micah glanced away.
No, I wasn't suggesting that.
Good. I know it is expected for women to lose their minds at the drop of a hat, but I've grown quite sick of being regarded as the weaker sex. I'm pleased to see you're doing your level best not to let us down. Why, you haven't swooned even once, which is more than most men can say when I bring them here. It's really quite commendable. I love her. She's so
Me too.
so funny. You might swoon, though, from a lack of sleep if we continue to tarry. Let us be off, or shall we never make it to our, or we shall never make it to our destination. She's just so like, oh no, oh, that's so sad. Oh my god. Wow. I love her.
Me too.
Micah nodded.
She's funny and sexy and
I know.
mysterious.
She's funny, she's hot, and she has her great personality. Micah nodded, then followed along behind her hostess anew. She could no longer hear the scream, but its memory haunted her all the same. That cry she had heard, though briefly, had not sounded like the breeze, regardless of what Magdalena had said. Micah was certain that sound had belonged to a person, but why would Magdalena lie about such a thing? It was impossible to say. Look at that, we got a bed! Yippee!
Yippee! And proper lighting.
And proper lighting! Okay, now we can look at them. Oh my god.
Oh, wow.
Whoa, a little torn skirt there. Oh my god. Oh my
This is good.
Oh my god, she looks so good. Oh, there's nothing I love more than a woman in like beautiful curve hugging
There's nothing
leather
I
pants.
love. Yeah, there's nothing I love more than a woman.
That is so true. So true. You're so right, queen. I'm reminded of that one Tumblr meme of a vampire who uses slang from multiple different centuries. Yeah, in the same. Yeah. I love that post.
Oh,
so
yeah.
much. That is so like so peak. I love the thought of like if ever I'm DMing a Vampire the Masquerade session, and I love to create so many colorful vampires. That was like one thing I tried to implement. The rip on her thigh, good heavens. I love vampires. Oh my gosh, she's so pretty. Look at her cape. Ah!
I know.
And the hottest thing a woman can do is like, it's so slutty to be like so covered up. It's so powerful.
So covered up, but still like, I don't.
It's just
Yeah.
the way that everything like hugs all of her curves, so it's very like
Yes.
showy, but also like, you know, fully clothed.
Fully covered. Yeah.
It's so sexy.
I'm loving. So it's the smallest detail, but I'm loving the like. Oh, what type of sleeve is this with the white shirt? It's like
the puff sleeve or
yes, there's a word for it, but whatever. Like the way
Lena
it looks.
sleeve?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Underneath the cape, like hole or whatever, like the armhole for the cape. It just looks so good.
Yeah, it adds a lot to it.
So true, actually.
Oh. Hottest thing a woman can do is exist.
Yeah.
It's like a Victorian catsuit. Yeah. So true. Here we are, home sweet home. So, Magdalena looked at Micah, an amused smile playing about her lips. What do you think? Delightful.
It's beautiful.
This is so lovely. Micah examined the room mutely, her hands folded at her front. The chamber Magdalena had brought her to was dark, lit only by a pair of candles on either side of the bed. It looks pretty well lit to me.
Yeah.
Compared to where we were, it looks great. Micah could hardly see despite the darkness that was every bit as derelict as the rest of Magdalena's home. However, and even if she hadn't been able to see it, she would have been able to smell it. The air was fusty. Fusty is also a new word. Fusty. As though it had been left to circulate inside the room for years upon end, which it most likely had. Every surface, meanwhile, was covered in dust. The sheets upon the bed, though neatly made, were wholly with age. Oh, and with insects! Oh no! As was the carpet upon the floor. It was a sad room, which had been ignored of human occupation for years, but it was still a superior set of lodgings to those in which Micah had awoken. At least this room had a bed. A four-poster one, no less, like the one in Micah's home, with a mattress and sheets upon which Micah could rest her weary limbs. The bedchamber had a wardrobe too, though Micah possessed nothing to store in it save for the tattered clothes upon her own back. There was a writing desk upon which lay a basin for washing, and a chamber pot for more delicate business beneath. This pot was, thankfully, far cleaner than the one Micah had found in the dungeon, so white and spotless she imagined it unused. The desk faced a large window which was currently obscured by a set of dark blue curtains. Not the blue curtains. Micah could not see beyond this window, though she doubted she would have been afforded. Do you think that was intentional? To make curtains blue in this?
What,
do you know what I'm talking about?
No.
Oh, okay. So there's the I don't know if it's from something in particular. I don't remember if it was just like a Tumblr thing or there was like something that was actually like noted, but it's something about like why are the curtains blue, just noting about like going into all like deep symbology in literature and stuff like that. It's like, why is it this or why is it this? And like sometimes the curtains are just fucking blue.
Oh. I've never heard of it as like the curtains are blue, but I have like heard of that concept before.
Yeah. Where it's just the notion of just like what's the deeper meaning behind it all? And it's like sometimes they're just fucking blue.
There is no deeper meaning. Like yes. it's literally just like we are just setting up the scene.
Yeah, exactly.
Like,
it's like I don't know.
I'm giving you a color.
They're royal, so they can afford blue. There you go.
Literally.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, do you think that was intentional?
It might have been. I mean, you never know. They might have just been blue.
It might, and ain't that the thing? Ain't that the way? Micah could not see beyond this window, though she doubted she would have been afforded much of a view even if she had drawn the curtains back. It was very late after all. It was not as cold in this room as it was in the underground cells, but it wasn't warm either. The wind crept in through fine cracks in the aged windows to toy with the reddish-orange flames of two lit candles. To toy, too, with Micah's hair and the hem of her dress. She shivered. Do you not have a tongue in your head? Magdalena needled Micah, who had yet to speak. Don't tell me that you've come over all shy. I brought you to this room solely that you might sleep. I have no wicked designs on your innocence, regardless of how pretty you are.
I mean, you could.
I mean, you could if you wanted to. just if you wanted to. Not to impose or anything, but I only want your blood, not your body. Why can't we be both?
For now.
For now.
I beg your pardon?
Micah blinked at Magdalena, uncomprehending.
What designs are you speaking of?
We gotta teach this girl about sex.
Yep.
Crazy. You cannot tell.
I'm sure I have no idea.
None whatsoever.
None at all. I'm wholly ignorant of such affairs.
Goodness me. She's like, hell yeah. Magdalena rolled her eyes upwards to the ceiling, which seemed to sag beneath its own weight. I can't tell whether you're being dense on purpose or whether you really are that innocent. Did your mother never teach you what men and women do in chambers such as this?
My mother did not know. She thought such topics beneath her. That was my governess's job, although. I don't think that I would care to do much of anything in a chamber like this one. It smells like the grave.
Would a maid have a governess?
No.
Yeah. Micah, get it together. I was like, I figured a maid would be the governess.
Yeah. That's so funny. I didn't even think about it.
Yeah. My God, come on. Come on, girl. You're being rather rude about my home, you know. Here I am, trying to be a good hostess, and you throw my kindness back in my face. I know you do not like your home much either. You told me. Oh, sorry. That was you. Let me go back.
I know you do not like your home much either. You told me.
Touché. I did try to pick out one of the pleasanter rooms for you, but there are so very many of them that it is difficult to keep abreast of them all. It's okay, I'm sure she knows by now. Yeah, I'm sure she knew from the beginning, but she's like, we'll have a little fun. I rarely have visitors over, and when I do, they all get thrown into the dungeon. There seemed little point, therefore, in keeping these rooms spick and span. I hope you can forgive all the dust and general disuse.
Oh, I've more to take issue with than that.
Yes, I suppose you do. You must have quite the bone to pick with me.
Maybe I do. This little smile that she's got going on, I keep, like, every time I'm like, oh my God.
I like
Maybe
that.
I do.
I like that she can play along kind of too. She's like,
yeah. Maybe I do, but not right now. I'm too tired.
Yes, you do look it. Your face is frightfully pale. I think a good night's sleep is what the doctor ordered, provided you are able to rest, that is.
That would be nice, but...
Micah let her fingers trail along the brocaded covers of the bed, her expression pensive.
What did you mean earlier when you said you'd no designs on my innocence?
Well, I'm glad we're circling back here. Dear me, I thought you were joking. But I can see that you're in no fit state for it.
I don't tell jokes. I've little to laugh about.
You have even less to laugh about now, you poor dear. Magdalena cleared her throat. I mean only to say that I would not do unto you as a man might, regardless of our surroundings. I've no nefarious intentions. Of that you can be assured. I just plan to kill you eventually.
Yeah.
Eventually, but...
That's not nefarious at all.
Yeah,
don't you know?
but that's fine.
Like, that's just normal. Like, it is what it is.
I know you would not do unto me as a man might, but hey, what about as a woman might, you know?
Yeah?
Yeah? What about that, huh? Micah thought of her governess's explanation of sex, and of Walter's expectations to come their wedding night, and flushed. Oh, she does have a little pink. That's so cute.
Yeah.
If the sudden rush of blood beneath her cheeks enticed Magdalena in any way, she did not show it, though her fingers did twitch in their tight, constricting gloves. I like how we saying that.
I know, me
in
too.
her tight, constricting gloves. Ooh.
I don't understand.
Oh, God.
It's okay. I know what men and women do behind closed doors, but how could two women set about something similar? It's not possible.
But we're both girls. How could we ever? But we're both girls. Oh shit.
Careful.
Don't worry, it was empty. Oh yes. Delicious. You think so?
I know so. My governess explained everything to me in great detail. When one wishes to make a baby... Well... 2 women cannot do that. There would be no sense to it.
Girl! Says who? Go, we're about to find out. And you think people ought to do things because they make sense? That's quite narrow-minded. But people are often uneducated in such affairs, both in my time and your own. In some ways, the world has changed a great deal, yet in others... Well, never mind.
Don't worry, girl. One day.
One day, we'll teach you. I can see I'm only confusing you. You're so very innocent, it hurts. Perhaps it is to be expected, though. Ladies ought not to know such things. They are born and bred to be ignorant. Let me show you the sensitive.
What?
Micah had not understood the full implications of Magdalena's previous lament, but she understood well enough what she meant by this.
Why would you call me that? I already told you I'm not a lady. I am Lady.
Oh, that's you. My part.
Faithful. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, you're good. You're good. Sometimes I also, because they both have an M name.
They both M's.
Yeah, and so I'm like, oh yeah,
why?
yeah. And it doesn't like, it doesn't like. Their sprites, their sprites don't like do like a little jump or something, or like fade in and out to tell you who's speaking. You just have to read the name. But yeah. Am Lady Enrique's faithful servant. Yes, you did say.
And that's true. She is the lady, not I.
You did labor that point quite intensely, yes, back in the cells. You were so fervent about it, you almost had me fooled.
This is right after Magdalena watched them have the whole conversation.
Yeah, I know. She's literally right there. She's just like, I can hear you.
And she watched them have the whole conversation, and then they stood up and said, actually, this is not true.
Actually, I am the servant. She's like, the fuck do I look like?
Like, do you see these ears? They're larger than normal. I promise they pick everything you set up.
You. At least you would have. If you weren't such a terrible actress.
What?
Oh, don't what me. It's quite tiresome. Did you think I'd fail to notice all your fancy turn of phrase? Your vocabulary is that of a well-to-do young madam, not a maid, not even a lady's maid. You wear that sumptuous dress of yours easily, dirty though it is, and your bearing is definitively regal. You could never hope to pass as a common servant girl, not in a month of Sundays. A month of Sundays. That is such a fun saying.
But it makes so much sense.
It does make a lot of sense. It took me a second, but then I read it and I was like, no, that does make sense. That's great. I love that. I'm not stupid.
Then...
Oh no, my ruse! Micah sank down on the bed, which creaked beneath her, as if in warning. Her palms were pressed to the mattress to support her weight, which all of a sudden felt excessive, and her heart was pounding like a drum.
You knew I was lying from the very beginning?
Oh, no shit. Indeed I did. It was very obvious. I can tell you have no practice in deceit, Micah. You're much too sweet for it.
But if you knew I was lying, why did you agree to let Henny go?
Because it would be fun.
Oh, Herr Gerhardt wouldn't lift a finger to aid Henny if she disappeared, but he will surely come looking for me.
Herr Gerhard, is that the name of your fiancé?
Yes, it is.
And you don't refer to him by his Christian name?
That is...
Dear me, you mustn't be very close to the man. Why, you make him sound like a stranger. Do you truly wish to marry him?
I hadn't any choice. My parents.
Ah, yes. It was silly of me to ask. That's how it always goes, isn't it? And what of your fiancé? Does he know you well enough to try and rescue you?
I think he might.
Micah swallowed, tasting dust on her tongue.
He's an important businessman. He takes exacting care over his investments, or so I've heard. I imagine it would be the same for me, too.
Damn. She's just an investment. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm a Von Essen, after all. There would be a lot of prestige in wedding me.
So, that is how he regards you. A profitable purchase.
I cannot say. After all, I
hardly know him, and therefore cannot judge how he sees you. Does that sum it up?
It is. Not entirely inaccurate, no.
What a woeful state of affairs this is. It sounds like you would be wretched whether you were in my home or out of it, particularly if the latter would entail being by this Herr Gerhardt's side. Perhaps I did you a favor by bringing you here. Micah did not reply to this. She did not want to give Magdalena the satisfaction. Well, never mind all that. Your fiancé can try to look for you if he likes. I do not care. I doubt he would be able to best me.
But you said you wished to avoid all that.
Did I really?
Yes, you did. That's why you proposed letting me go.
Oh yes, good memory. It would seem that the cold hasn't eaten away at all of your faculties. Not just yet, at least. As for why I changed my mind, well, that needn't concern you.
You're sexy and I want to fuck you.
You're sexy and I like you.
But this is about me. Surely it must concern me.
Oh, there was no real reason behind it. It was nothing more than an act of whimsy on my behalf. Love a little whimsy.
Yeah.
If you truly want to know why I went along with your chicanery, then chicanery, also a great word.
Also a good one.
Love that word. Let us say that I felt touched when you offered to throw your life away for the sake of your maid. Few mistresses would be capable of such compassion. It was truly remarkable. I didn't want your efforts to be in vain. That's all.
And you were prepared to put yourself in danger for that?
I won't be in any danger. I'm a vampire. I can shatter rib cages with a single touch.
Oh.
That's odd. Or thereabout, at least. And now you really must get some sleep. It'll be much better for you than asking all of these silly questions.
But I've nothing to change into. What will I sleep in?
Oh, as you came into this world. Preferably. Oh, okay. I considered as much and took the liberty of stocking these drawers with some of my own clothes before I fetched you. You should find that they fit more or less, and they're clean, which is more than can be said for the rest of the linens in this place. There are books on the shelves too, which you may read, and I drew up a basin of water for you to wash yourself in upon waking. You could find no better amenities in any inn. So true, Queen. I do hope you have a pleasant night and sweet dreams. Magdalena smiled sardonically, then dropped Micah another curtsy. Just try not to breathe in through your nose if the smell bothers you. I wouldn't want you to spend the night coughing. A fair lady such as you needs her sleep. Oh, goodbye!
Bye.
Laughing to herself, Magdalena straightened, then turned. She departed, her long cloak trailing against the age-spotted carpet, and shut the door behind her. Micah waited until she heard Magdalena's footsteps fade, and rose once more to her feet. She crossed the room, her legs trembling, and seized the doorknob between her fingers, but it stubbornly refused to budge. The door was locked.
Well, of course it is.
This, too, is also hot.
What did I expect? Yeah.
Defeated, Micah returned to the bed. Weary from all that had happened, she collapsed upon it, her loose hair strewn in spirals across the sheets. Micah stared up at the ceiling, which was drenched in darkness, and softly muttered,
What am I going to do now?
Micah's question, of course, fell upon deaf ears. There was nobody to hear her. She was all alone. Yeah!
Yeah!
Whoa! Oh, she's so pretty.
She really is.
Look at those big doughy eyes and her lashes. My God, she's so pretty. Lena, this outfit that you gave her.
Literally.
Girl.
Lena said, I'm gonna give her the sluttiest outfit I have.
The sluttiest night clothes that I got. I want my girl's tits out. Oh my God.
Just casually laying on the bed like this.
Me when I lay in my bed.
Is that not how you lay in your bed?
Yeah, exactly.
I lay in my bed like that. Specifically with the like looking up with the slightly distressed
the longing, look. Yeah. the one arm placed just like right under the tits, yeah. I like how her hair fades into the sheets. I like that a lot too, because it makes her just makes her hair look like it's spiraling everywhere. It's so beautiful. Micah tossed and turned uneasily that night in a bed which smelt of disuse and decay. Which is so funny that it's noted how like this bed is supposed to be disgusting, but these sheets look so silken and beautiful. She's doing the cartoon fading pose, yeah. Everything looks so like plush and beautiful.
Yeah.
The bed was more comfortable than the cell in which she had been held, but it was almost as cold, its thin sheets eaten away by old age and insects. At least the dungeon with its sole wooden cot and its solitary window was supposed to be inhospitable. This bedroom, meanwhile, was a different matter. It was richly furnished, but all of its decorations has since been ravaged by time's unrepentant advances. The men and women who must have stayed in this room once, more than a century ago, would surely be dead now. In that sense, the room felt akin to a crypt. Did that make the bed a sarcophagus? Micah a corpse? Magdalena had spared Micah's life for the present, but Micah doubted she would be so fortunate in the future. Magdalena was not, Micah reminded herself, a human, but a vampire. She meant to suck Micah of her blood, and when she did, Micah would lose her life, just as this room's previous inhabitants surely had. You don't know, they could have been servants' quarters. You don't know. Magdalena's home was so decrepit, it seemed unfathomable that life could flourish within its walls. It was not so very different, really, from the Von Essence mausoleum. The air even smelt the same. Smelt of death. No matter how Micah tried, she could not get comfortable. All the while she tried to sleep, she heard the wind howling outside, creeping stealthily, like black-cloaked thieves through the cracks in the glass panes. Micah's bare toes curled against the mattress. Anxiously she shuddered. What was to become of her now? Maybe someone around here can warm her up. Yeah!
If only the vampire was not ice cold.
Oh yeah, if only she wasn't fucking frozen. Yeah, and that was the end of the demo, so the rest of this is all new.
Ooh. How fun.
Oh my god, I'm so excited.
Okay, hold on. I have to pee so
Yes.
bad.
Okay. Okay. I will entertain.
A little pause.
Yes. All right. Hello, everybody. Yeah, that was the end of the demo. If you ever played the demo before, so I have, which I have, and I loved it so much. The opening little scene there was also not part of the demo, so that was new for me too. This is so exciting. I'm so happy. I love this game. It's so fun. We've literally been talking about this game for ages. It's like this I was the most excited about, and then also whenever the hell Touchstar comes out, which definitely me and Ami are gonna play, and I'm probably gonna have it open to like in our private Discord. The art is so beautiful. Yeah, I love it. Probably in our private friends Discord, I'm also gonna like openly stream it to see if anybody who wants to come on can. Maybe it might be a solitary thing where I slowly lose my mind. Hey, can the wind chill for a second? Hold on. The public can't see me reacting to Leander. Listen, I mean, you're so funny because he was like, he's like, you expected me to play this game in front of people? I'm not gonna be normal. There's no way I can be a person. You can't see me acting like this. And it's so great that they're adding also like 2 other whole characters to Touchstar as well. And I have no idea what those characters are like. In the demo, we only got the main ones. Yes, exactly. I'm gonna be insufferable. Me too, damn. You're gonna... Oh, God. I'm gonna be so shameful. This is gonna be like the most shameful I've ever been in my life. And typically, like, listen, I don't have shame. Not really. Maybe once in a while, I'll do something and I'll like, that was stupid. Stop it. Shut up. But typically, I don't have much shame. You're just gonna see a side of me that people shouldn't see. I'm gonna be so disgusting. I have too much shame. You gotta say your prayers. But for this one, I have not, I mean, the only characters obviously that I've seen for Cage of Roses is the Henny, Lena, and Micah. I didn't realize that there were other characters in the game. So we have whole new characters that I have know nothing about, which is exciting. I'm so excited to meet them, to learn so much. Oh, can I hold on. I'm gonna change my lighting a little bit. Oh, that's so bright. Never mind. Hold on. Bring it down a little bit. Bring this down a little bit.
I have returned.
Oh, hello.
Hello. I see that I leave and we talk about Touchstar.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
Without me? What the fuck? I was saying how flashback. Yeah, I got so white for a second. Hold on. I was saying how this game and Touchstar were some of the visual novels I'm the most excited about. And so we finally got this one, and then we're gonna get Touchstar later this year. Hoping, praying. I know I'm so bright right now. I'm blinding you guys. Hold on. I'm trying to find a good level that's not like completely drowning me out. Okay. And then what was I saying? Oh yeah, I was gonna say how I'm usually a person that doesn't really have a lot of shame. But when you see me playing Touchstar, it's gonna be the most shameful I've ever been in my fucking life. Like, we're having fun here. We're all loving beautiful women. I'm gonna be so disgusting when I play Touchstar. No one can see how I'll react. Also, YouTube would smack my ass for the stuff I'll say. That's true. Like, obviously, I stream adult content for, as we all know, but it's still like, gets so vile.
Yeah, no, that's one I gotta play maybe on my own. We'll see.
So I was thinking, whenever Touchstar comes out, I might play it on our private friends Discord. So if people want to pop in, they can.
That would be fun.
And can witness be atrocious. But my rules are, as most friends know, is that if you come into my stream, you have to say some lines. You can't.
That's right.
You can't be an idle participant. You have to say some lines.
Even if all of your lines are in different accents, because you can't keep up one damn accent. Me, this whole stream. Okay. Sometimes I hear myself and I'm like, what was that?
That's what I do all the time. I'm like, what the fuck was that? Sometimes it's hard to keep.
Yeah.
Like, it's I'm pretty good with like parroting, you know? So if I hear it first, I can like mimic pretty well. But I'm going just based off my brain. And so doing that, I'm just like, how the fuck do you do this?
I've never been one for like, I don't normally like use a voice when I'm reading, you know? But it is fun to do sometimes, but I'm not used to it.
Yeah. You'll find, eventually you just kind of settle on something that kind of works and is comfortable for you. And then that's fine. I do, as you know, I do a lot of DMing, so I have to throw around a bunch of things to make it interesting, and not a lot of them always like hit. Like after I say the accent, I'm just like, man, I don't fucking know what that is. I'll try to steadily change it. What region is this? Fuck if I know. All right, are you ready?
That's so funny. Yes.
Okay. Well, Micah began to drift. Also, just let me know whenever you the time is late for you.
Okay. I got like an hour more.
Okay. All right.
So.
I wanted to at the very least get to some of the new stuff.
Yeah.
Okay. While Micah began to drift off into an uneasy slumber, Henny was busy cutting her own way through the dense, sprawling forest. Oh, we're on Henny. Magdalena had been as good as her word, and she had indeed set Henny free, a concession that Henny hadn't expected from her. Monsters weren't known for their amenability, nor for their sincerity. Henny had believed when Magdalena had dragged her bodily... Oh, sorry, I got a burp. Ugh. Dragged her bodily from that cold, hateful prison, that she would be put to death, torn apart just like the bandits in the forest had been. Henny's heart had hammered in her chest with each step through those subterranean cells, and inwardly she had cursed Magdalena's name. She had thought of demanding that the vampire let her go, but common sense had told her any act of resistance would be in vain. Magdalena would not listen to her. Why would she, when Henny was but a human woman, and a short, dowdy one of unprepossessing. Prepossessing? Prepossessing.
I think prepossessing.
Prepossessing features besides. Henny had been prepared to die for Micah's sake, but she hadn't wanted to die needlessly while Micah suffered still. Fear had dogged her, sewn beneath her skin like 1,000 needles. But in the end, Magdalena had surprised Henny. She had, after all, led Henny through her large, dust-covered entrance hall and out to the front door. Run, Henny, run! Well... Magdalena had addressed Henny thus, one eyebrow raised as she pushed the door ajar. Are you going to leave like your silly, sentimental mistress wanted you to? Or would you prefer to stand there looking stupid? What? You knew that Micah is my mistress all this time? Of course I did. Do you take me for a fool? I wasn't born yesterday. Deception isn't very hard to sniff out once one has been alive for as long as I, and your mistress's attempts at subterfuge were laughably poor. Oh, I thought the same myself. Micah always loses when we play card games. She's awful at them, really, but... Goodness! If you already knew that, Micah is my mistress and I am the maid, why are you letting me go and not her? Well, why not? I can do as I please. This is my home, and I am free to decide who I allow to stay here. It is, yes, but... Enough. It is not your place to question my decisions, human. You must remember to respect your elders and your betters. I have decided to let you go of the goodness of my heart. I released you from your cell, and now I have even brought you to my front door, but still you will not go. Do you like it here so very much? Please don't tell me that you have a death wish. It would undermine all your poor mistress's poise. If you truly loved her, you would not let her noble sacrifice go to waste now, would you? Henny had grit her teeth together as she regarded Magdalena, stung by her words. Magdalena was not so very tall, nor very imposing. I beg to differ. But her supreme self-confidence was unsettling, as was the latent malice which lurked beneath her pristine smile. Had Henny not seen what Magdalena was capable of the woods, she would not have known to fear her. Henny had seen what Magdalena could do, however, and it unsettled her. Bandit screams and their severed limbs would not leave her. Daubed?
Yeah, no clue.
That's a new word. Daubed against her
Daubed?
eyelids.
Daubed?
Hold on.
I gotta look it up.
I love looking up words. Daub meaning. Daub, past tense, daubed. Coat or smear a surface with a thick or sticky substance in a carelessly rough or liberal way. Or
Daub.
so to spread.
Daubed.
Like dabbing, kinda.
Yeah. Actually, yeah.
Yeah. It also means to paint. Paint or spread. Yeah. Like schmear.
Yeah, pronounced daubed.
Daubed. Against her eyelids, just as their blood has been splashed red and streaky across the forest floor. Henny had known she could not fight against Magdalena, and neither could she argue with her. It had been abundantly plain, much as the nose upon Henny's own face, that she would not let her Micah go. Writers like these keep the sources in print.
So true.
She had already made up her mind. Alright then, I'll leave, if that's what you're after. I won't forget you though, Magdalena. I won't forget what you've done to me or to Micah, and I won't forget that you're still holding her captive. I'll come back. I swear it on me ma's life. I won't leave without Micah. Really now, that is quite the declaration. I suppose I shall look forward to seeing you again then, Lady Enrique. It gets so lonely here, living in this desolate old pile, and I do love entertaining guests. I'll be sure to save a place for you at my tea table. Ensuring that you are able to make it out of the forest in one piece, of course. It is awfully dark out there, and look at all that fog. I don't much fancy your chances, but what do I know? You might be more durable than you look. Henny had not dignified this teasing retort with an answer. Instead, she had turned, trying to assume as much dignity as she could, which, given her life spent serving the Von Essen family, was more than one might have assumed, and marched off with her head held high. If her shoulders had trembled when she entered the forest, it had not been too apparent. Go, Henny, go!
Go, Henny!
Now free from Magdalena's clutches, Henny continued to pick her way through the woods. Henny thought of Magdalena and of Micah, and how her poor mistress must have been faring as she trudged onwards. She's doing great, honestly.
Actually, yeah.
Her thoughts strayed too on occasion to her own safety, and whether she really would be able to emerge from these woods unscathed. But whenever she began to doubt herself, she bit the inside of her cheek in self-rebuke. It was not, Henny told herself, a case of if she would escape the woods, but when. Henny knew that if she succumbed, either to the wild animals or to the icy air, Micah's fate would be sealed. Micah was relying upon her, which meant she had to keep going. There was nothing else for it but to keep putting one foot in after the other, no matter how many times it took. Go, Henny, go! Henny
You can do it!
I love her! Henny continued to walk, her dark eyes focused on the uneven path ahead. It was very dark in the forest, and the moon did little to light her way, The trees were dense, their foliage vast, and only a few slivers of milky light could penetrate their bower. The wind blew cold and sharp, further teasing Henny's dark hair into disarray. Her dress, which was stained and dirty from the night's excursions, fluttered about her legs. Back then, Henny had thought of only escaping from the bandits. She had squeezed Micah's hand tightly in her own, and had pulled her along as a child might, a beloved toy, careless of which direction they had been fleeing. Henny hadn't known where they were going. She hadn't much cared either. She only wanted to save herself, and her mistress too. Ooh, the aspect ratio changed.
Whoa.
Now Henny walked at a more regular pace. Her limbs were too weary to run. My God, her legs felt like lead. She felt the need to preserve her strength. The hours passed in a blur, unbeknownst to Henny, who had no timepiece as she walked. She did not know where Augsburg was, or if she was even moving in the right direction. She could have been doubling back upon herself for all she knew. It did not seem to matter very much. Henny was no stranger to physical labor. She had been walking for such a long time, her soles were beginning to blister. Well, I'm going to turn down the sounds a little bit. Just a little overpowering. Each step induced new, exquisite agonies within her, which made her gasp. Her bones seemed to scrape together, and a canker on her ankle burst, filling her shoe with pus. Ew. Oh, jeez.
Ew.
My bones be scraping together all the time. All the while, the cool wind tugged at her hair, nipped at her cheeks, whipped her skirts about her thighs. And he heard, or thought she could hear, a faint howling in the distance, like that of stalking wolves. Agitation seized her, an agitation so great she could not quell it even by biting the inside of her cheek. Her mouth filled with blood, her tongue tingling with its coppery tang as she hurried on. She moved between the trees, fitfully aware of the howling, which no longer sounded as distant as it once had. It was growing louder and louder, rattling about inside her skull like a stone, until... "Oh!" Annie exclaimed, surprised, as she burst through a copse of thickly packed trees and out onto a mud path. She had emerged, at long last, onto a road, one of many which twined through the tall trees of the forest. There, not so far away, she could see a source of the noise which she had heard. It was not a pack of hungry wolves after all, but a carriage drawn by two thin, hungry-looking horses. Hardly able to believe her luck, Annie dashed to the carriage and cried out breathlessly to the coachman seated upon it. "Oh, wait! Oh, please wait! Will you not stop for me? I'm in dire need of help. I need to go to Augsburg immediately before it's too late. It's very, very important, I swear, good sirs. My poor mistress's life is in danger, and I'm the only one who can save her. If you don't help me, I fear she might die." Oh, back to Micah. Micah felt disoriented when she awoke the following day, in an unfamiliar bed which smelt of something spoiled. It took Micah a few moments to become fully cognizant of her surroundings. She had slept little the night prior, and her head ached, her eyes pulsing in their sockets like molten steel. Oh my God!
Oh.
Whoa!
Wow!
So much skin! Oh my God! That's crazy. This dress, this nightgown is crazy.
It's gorgeous.
You just wear this out. This is just for sleeping? You gotta be shitting me.
Yes, I love to wear my most expensive looking things to sleep.
You see her hair a little more clearly now. It's so pretty.
It is. It's very pretty.
What? Groggily, Micah pressed the heel of her palm to her eyes and rubbed them. Then she looked around in earnest, but soon found herself confused. Goodness. Lena has plans. The bedroom Micah found herself in was so unlike anything she had seen before. That she initially wondered whether she was still dreaming. She pinched the inside of her arm in hopes that the room would shift like water, but it remained immutable. She must have been awake then. The pain made this irrefutable, even if the chill which assailed her did not. Micah had faint recollections of running through the forest last night. Her parents had both been stabbed in their carriage, or so Henny had told her, but these memories remained a blur. Micah could not recall her parents' final moments, but she could remember awaking in the dungeon of an unfamiliar abode, governed by an unfamiliar woman. Hey.
Would you like to be familiar?
Yeah, I'm going to be so familiar. I love this recap that we're having as if we didn't just go through this.
Yeah, literally.
This woman who had introduced herself as Magdalena had claimed to be a vampire. Now Micah was their prisoner. Yes, we just went through this. The bedroom Micah found herself in seems more miserable in the daylight than it had last night, obscured by a veil of darkness. Go sleep night. Have a good night. Have a good rest.
Good night. Good night.
It was more dilapidated than the servants' quarters at Micah's home, and had the most assuredly seen less use. The furniture, though luxurious, was scuffed, the carpet threadbare, the basin upon the bedside table covered in hairline cracks. Dust covered every conceivable surface, and spiders had made their homes in the corners of the room, their gossamer webs outstretched like grasping fingers.
Ugh.
You don't like spiders.
I don't like spiders.
The air was so stagnant, Micah felt compelled to open one of the windows, but her attempts were in vain. The windows were locked, and she could find no key to aid her. Perturbed, Micah slumped down on the desk by the window and stared through the stained, smeary glass. Oh, wow.
Ooh.
Yeah, she probably didn't want you jumping out the window.
Yeah.
But also, I do agree that the room probably could use some airing out.
Yeah, for sure.
Magdalena's
Shake
garden
your hand
walls. Magdalena's garden walls sprawl out before her in a dense, twisted tangle. No speeders. Perhaps there have been flower beds in this garden once, neatly planted, and an apple orchard, and any number of other arboreal delights. But age had spoiled it all. Micah was no gardener, but she could deduce at a glance that Magdalena's garden had been unloved for years. Yeah. Yeah. Beyond the walls of Magdalena's garden was the forest, all tall, imposing trees, not so dissimilar from the proud oak which guarded the Von Essen family mausoleum. The trees emerged from the fog, their boughs raised towards the sky, festooned in darkly verdant leaves. Festooned. What a word.
Yeah.
There were so many trees that Micah couldn't see very far beyond them. Perhaps there wasn't much to see at all out here, other than nature. The rest of the world seemed very distant. I love good nature.
I love nature.
Micah herself might have been a figure from a fairy tale, a languishing maiden trapped inside a tower by a wicked witch, unable to escape. I just realized I never had you introduce yourself. I just kind of jumped right in.
We really did.
It's 3 hours and 40 minutes in. Do you want to just like give a little?
Hi all. my name's Doppler. Yeah, I'm here.
Fantastic. I just realized as I was going through this, and I was like, I never fucking let you introduce yourself. We just straight jumped into it. Hi. Yeah, we say hi. We are a currently a pre-debut YouTuber.
Pre-debut PNG tuber. Hoping to specialize in cozy games. So when I do eventually debut, I hope y'all will join me for that.
Thank you. Perfect. 3 hours and 47 minutes in.
we were so excited for this game.
I was just so excited to play. And then I was like, holy shit. I have Doppy's Twitter linked in the description. We're a little bare bones right now, but that's okay.
Yeah, I'm working on it. It's gonna get there.
And that's all you need. The only thing I care about is you here right now looking at lesbians with me.
Yes, and we are in fact doing that.
Yes, that's all that matters. Okay. Anyway, sorry.
No, it's okay.
I had my voice thing on that whole time too, motherfucker. I keep forgetting to turn it on and off. It's so what I would like to have on, I have a little Go XLR that helps with all my voice modulating and condensing and all that. But I have to rest it like to my side. It's not like on my table where I can see it. It's like next to, it's like down by my hip, because the cord with my setup right now, the cord literally won't reach where I need it in my computer.
Oh no.
So the only way that I can work is that I have to set it on top of my PC, which is, you know, right next to me. But then that means I have to like, I can't see when it's on or off.
Mm-hmm.
So I could like go to the app and like manually switch it on and off, but that means,
seems like a pain.
Yeah, and it also means I would have to like constantly toggle out of the game or like out of any tabs that I'm in. And if I'm on like, if I'm in a game that's like full screened and like also uses the mouse and stuff like that, then that's just the biggest pain in the ass in the world and is not worth it. So yeah, I just don't see it sometimes. Anyway,
it is what it is.
Yeah. The rest of the world seemed very distant indeed. Micah herself might have been a figure from a fairy tale, a languishing maiden trapped inside a tower by a wicked witch, unable to escape. Hi, Pookie! Oh my god!
Oh my god, hello!
Keeping you on in the background, Riley West. Oh my god, hi, Agent! Agent, you're not modded yet. Hold on. I'm gonna have so many mods on here. I just want all my friends to be modded.
Hi, Agent. How are you today?
Oh, there we go. Stand. There we are. Yeah! I'm gonna see a sea of blue.
Yeah.
I love it. I just like having my friends moderated. I do my best. I love you, Pooks. So good to see you. The sun hung above the treetops, suspended, half hidden by clouds. Its rays were weak and did little to dispel the cold which pervaded inside Micah's bedroom. Just happy to be here, yeah.
I'm glad you're here.
Looking out the window made Micah feel more trapped than lying in her bed had. At least in her bed, she could imagine that somebody might come and rescue her. Because she's just a damsel, she's just a maiden. Seeing the dense trees which surrounded Magdalena's gardens made these hopes feel hopelessly naive, however. Who would dare venture all the way into the woods in hopes of finding her? Walter might well send out a search party, but he would have no idea where to begin searching, and Micah wasn't certain if she much wanted Walter to find her either. She would languish inside Magdalena's home, wasting away like the flaking paint upon the walls, until...
Oh.
Micah's dreary thoughts were soon interrupted by the discontented rumblings of her stomach. All of a sudden, she recalled that she had not eaten very much the night prior, or drunk very much for that matter. Her throat was parched. My god, can you imagine how like fucking like cracked it is?
God, yeah.
Because
especially with all the dust.
Yeah, with all the dust, she had been running for like, she had been running away so quickly for so long, and then thrown in a cell for however many hours, and then immediately trudged through the halls and then thrown in bed. Girl, I'd be dying.
I'd be like falling ill.
Yeah. It seemed almost heartless to experience such base desires after her parents' death, but Micah's body knew little of propriety. All it cared was its own immediate discomfort. Fortunately, Micah did not have to search long to find a means of alleviating her hunger pains. Somebody, Magdalena presumably, had left a tray on her bedside table, which bore a plate of scones, a teapot, and a saucer. Oh, fuck yeah. Ooh, luxury. Micah soon discovered that the teapot was still warm, a few indistinct ribbons of steam unspooling still from its spout. Magdalena must have entered her bedroom less than a half hour prior, while Micah had been asleep to set her breakfast down. The scones, meanwhile, seemed plain, but they would be nutritious enough. Micah was surprised that Magdalena kept any food at all in her home, given the curious nature of her diet. As a vampire, did she not sup only on blood? Upon blood? Depends on your lore, you know? Sometimes you can be a vampire that eats regular food. Sometimes you physically can't process it because you're dead, and therefore your body does not produce natural movements. Depends on the lore. Where had Magdalena procured these scones? Had she made them herself for Micah's sake? The thought of her vampiric host laboring in the kitchen, her sleeves rolled up like those of a common drudge, was an amusing one. It was almost enough to make Micah smile. Wedged underneath the teapot was a note, which Micah extricated. She smoothed the note out and then examined it. The note was a perfunctory one, written in an elegant, swooping cursive. It said quite simply, "Eat up and get your strength back. You'll need it." Nobody had signed the note, but Micah was sure it was from her mysterious hostess. Micah wondered whether the note had been intended as a friendly gesture or a threat. Perhaps it was a mixture of both. Real.
So true.
I love it when my women are vaguely threatening. Micah was unsure how to feel about it, but she supposed it was nice that Magdalena had gone to the effort to care for her. Tea and scones were better than bread and water. I was gonna say it's the same thing, but I guess not.
It's not the same.
It's not. That's true. I would take tea over water any day.
Not me, but
Oh, I don't. Water, I've never heard of it.
tea, gross.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh my god, that's crazy. Crazy.
It's one of those things that I wanted to like so much, but I never was able to like find one that I really like.
Do you mean just like hot teas or like tea in general?
Tea in general. The only
Really?
thing
Oh my god.
the only thing tea that I can drink is like boba, like milk teas.
Not even like a sweet tea.
Nope.
That's fucking crazy.
I know.
Water.
Water, on the other hand, I love water.
Oh, water hater. Get that shit out of here.
That's so funny.
Magdalena might not be so bad after all. For a bloodthirsty vampire, that was, meant one day to murder her. Micah brought the rim of her teacup to her lips and sipped the amber liquid within. Oh my god, especially for a fucking cracked throat. Oh, that must be so nice and refreshing. I hate water, but I need it. Water hater till I die. And I will from dehydration. She half expected it to taste astringent, a sharp, tangy iron and of blood. But she soon found it quite inoffensive.
Maybe it's Assam?
Oh yeah, Dr. Pepper, lover for life. I know you a DP girly.
I just picked up a whole pack of Dr. Pepper blackberry, no sugar.
Is it good?
Oh, it's so good.
Shoving water into your mouth. Trying to catch me. I've never had it's black cherry?
It's blackberry.
Blackberry. Is it new? Or has it been around?
Yes. It's a new limited flavor.
Oh.
So it came out a couple of weeks ago, I think.
Hey, I'm not a huge... Okay, start running. Zero sugar one is good, but the regular sugar one is not.
Oh, I didn't try the regular sugar one. I only drank the no sugar ones.
I had I'm not a huge DP drinker. I'm a big gingy ale person.
I'm more of a root beer drinker, but I discovered that the Barks root beer, the regular Barks root beer has caffeine in it. The no sugar Barks root beer took the caffeine out, and I'm like, how am I supposed to survive in these trying times?
Why would you take caffeine out of a soda?
Right.
It's a soda.
So,
love me the DP.
So I switched to the Dr. Pepper.
It tastes like drinking jam in a jar.
Oh.
You and DP lovers. I think all three of you are DP lovers. I'm not the biggest DP lover.
I'm a DP lover.
You're just look into the camera when you say that. I had a do you like ginger ale, right?
I just finished one.
Yeah, which version do you like? Do you like the Canada Dry or do you like the Schweppes?
I just drank an Olipop.
Oh, Olipop.
Ginger ale.
I was thinking.
Olipop is one of those drinks that I get only when they're on sale.
Oh yeah, they're just. I don't usually have Olipops so much, but they are nice. My eyes have been open. Sure peepees. Because I have. Oh yeah, I'm a Canada Dry girly. Because the. Because the Schweppes is like so crazy biting of ginger that I'm just like, holy shit, I might as well be drinking like liquefied ginger.
Oh gosh.
So I like the Canada Dry a little more because it's just slightly more palatable.
My top 3 Olipops are watermelon lime.
I like that one.
Crisp apple, and then ginger ale.
Those sound good. Canada Dry on top. Yeah, hell yeah. All right, anyway, we're on a little bit of a time limit. Let's keep going. Micah took another sip of tea and then another. Though she had meant to be cautious, what if the tea was laced with something? See, this is what I'm talking about with the poison. It could be sexy.
No.
Her thirst soon got the better of her, and she drank the whole cup in half a minute. Setting the cup back down on the saucer, Micah then turned her attention upon the scones. She ate delicately, taking care not to drop any crumbs upon her lap or the floor, though it didn't matter really when the carpet beneath her was so worn. A few crumbs would hardly spoil this bedroom more than time already had. In fact, they might serve to make the room more homey. But then again, perhaps not. It would have been a tall order to breathe even a modicum of life into this room. Micah doubted even Dr. Frankenstein himself could have managed such a feat, despite the cadavers he had stitched together and raised from the dead. Micah was so cold, even with the tea on her tongue, she was starting to feel distinctly cadaverous herself. Well, girl, look what you're wearing.
Literally.
It's so sheer. She finished her breakfast and looked about her room once more, unsettled. Surely she could not stay there motionless, waiting for Magdalena to stop by and slaughter her? There had to be something she could do to escape her predicament. Micah rose to her feet, buoyed by sudden, nervous energy, and padded barefoot over to the door. She grasped the door handle and tried to turn it, but in vain. The door was locked, and it stubbornly refused to shift. Micah had experienced as much, and wasn't particularly surprised. Slipping out through the door would have been too easy. Next, Micah turned to the window, but her hopes of escaping via the window had already been dashed. Micah knew already the window was locked, and even if she had been able to open it, it was too high up for her to escape from. Micah stood by the desk and peered, eyes narrowed, through the dirty glass. Magdalena's garden seemed a very long way down, blanketed though it was by the fog. Micah didn't fancy the thought of smashing the glass. She fancied even less the thought of jumping to her almost inevitable doom. Even if she didn't break her spine, it seemed likely she would break an arm or a leg, or both. It did not seem like escape was an option, though she had of course known that already. Magdalena would have not been that careless. Micah sighed defeated and took a seat once more upon the bed. It groaned beneath her as though in pain, sounding rather like it wanted to be put out of its misery. Micah could hardly blame it, given how very old it must have been. She felt distinctly miserable herself, though there was one silver lining, she supposed, to her captivity. At least Eddie was all right. Micah hoped she was all right, at least. If she was not, then... But Micah would not allow herself to finish this thought. Henny had to be all right. She simply had to. Otherwise, Micah's sacrifice would be for nothing. Feeling the need now to distract herself, Micah rose and then shed the nightgown Magdalena had given her. Oh, she changed, not into her old dirty dress from the day prior, but into one of new, clean gowns Magdalena had left in her chest of drawers, all neatly pressed frills which smelled only faintly of mold.
Oh.
Only faintly.
Only faintly.
Oh, hold on, I'm so bright. Whoa.
Oh, wow.
Whoa, I'm so bright. Now newly outfitted, Micah paced the room, wondering what she could do. Hell yeah!
Oh, wow.
Hell yeah! Look at that! Oh, it's so puffy at the end. Oh my god.
So good.
Oh my god. This is how she'd be dressing you, girl. It's so good. Oh, you put your hair up too. Ooh. Ooh, it looks so good.
Intuition.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Slay.
I love this so much.
I know.
Actually.
Slay. Look at these shoulders.
I know.
My god, those buttons. That's crazy. Well, now I'm too dark. Make up your mind. Here, let's do these. Okay, there we go. Do that. While living with her parents, Micah's mother had often instructed her to work on her embroidery hoop. Lady Von Essen had thought sewing a suitable pastime for a young woman, that or playing the piano. Micah's mother had always thought music too passionate to be appropriate. However, and in any case, Micah had never been very good at the piano. She had never been very good at embroidery either. Micah had sewn cornflowers and magpies until her fingers had threatened to fall off, until she had become so thoroughly sick of these twee, repetitive patterns she had felt like hurling her hateful embroidery hoop clean through the window. Micah considers herself fortunate indeed that Magdalena hadn't left an embroidery hoop upon her breakfast tray for her. She's like, here, entertain yourself. Magdalena might
Technically, she did the night before when she was like, hey, I got books for you.
True. Magdalena might have been a vampire, but at least she wasn't that cruel. Micah had stitched enough hateful... Oh, curly cues to last a lifetime. Cues. You know, I've never actually seen it written out.
Oh, really?
I've like said it, but I've never seen it actually written. I was like, oh, is that how you spell it?
Yep.
Oh, shit. Because the way that I like envisioned it in my brain is like curly and then like...
And then the letter Q, yeah.
And like, well that, but also like C-U-E or like something like that. Curly cues. Though there was no hoop, and thank goodness for that, there were books. The shelves in Micah's new bedroom were full of them, old and dusty, with worn spines and crinkled pages, but quite readable. Micah perused their spines with wide, curious eyes of a child, her unfamiliar gown brushing against the unfamiliar floor. Magdalena had told her last night that she might help herself to any of the books upon her shelves. There were so many of them, it was hard to know where to start. As there was nothing else for her to do save sit and worry, Micah decided her time would be better occupied reading. She reached out for a promising book among Magdalena's collection, The Monk by Lewis. Oh. She settled herself down upon her bed among the thin covers, then opened the yellowing pages of the old tome. The pages within the leather-bound book crackled like autumn leaves, and Micah had to handle it carefully lest she tore them. All the wonderful words were still there, however, unblemished by the passing years. Micah shifted, attempting to get comfortable, as comfortable as she could in so unfamiliar an environment, then began to read. Well, I'm glad you're enjoying yourself, girlie. Oh, my, shut off. Hold on. Oh, so bright. I can't decide. There you go. Can I, like, do this? And then can you do this? Get it together. There we go. Micah spent the rest of the day abed, poring through the pages of Lucis the Monk. It was Hi, welcome in. It was a very gripping story full of lust, murder, and intrigue. Oh my god, you promise?
Whoa.
Featuring a monk so debauched he took Micah's mind off her immediate concerns. Micah tore through the text, both delighted and disturbed by the twists and turns, though the scenes near the end, which occurred in a dingy dungeon, reminded Micah a touch too much of her plight to be fully immersive. It's a little too immersive. Micah skimmed these pages, which detailed the virginal Agnes's suffering, and soon reached the conclusion wherein the wicked monk Ambrosio was tortured for his crimes. As Micah read, the sun began to sink outside. Shadows stretched along her bedroom floor, bidding her to light the candle which rested upon her bedside table. The light was feasible, but it was enough to read by. Micah continued to scan the pages of the text, holding the book close to her nose, so as to devour it. So enraptured by Ambrosio's suffering, she did not hear the sound of a key turning in her bedroom door. She did hear the sound of the door creaking open, however, a low, guttural sound which split the silence like a moan. Micah raised her head, disoriented once more to find herself in Magdalena's home, in the dingy bedroom which Magdalena had prepared for her. Oh my god, hey!
Hey.
Whoa, we're back! We're back! Thank God. I love women. Her hostess...
The outfits are next to each other now.
Oh my
so
god, I
good.
know.
Oh.
Oh, it's so beautiful. Wait, hold on. There you go. Excellent. Oh my god. Lena, you dress her up so good.
Yeah.
Considering this is also Magdalena's clothes.
Yeah.
So I'm picturing her in this outfit too.
Which I can, absolutely.
Yes. She would look so good.
I'm picturing her in and out of it.
Mm-hmm. Me too. Wow. But I mean, the cape and the pants do everything for her.
Yeah.
I love it so much. Her hostess stood in the doorway, shockingly fair and white in the gloaming. Yeah.
Gloaming.
Returned perhaps to make good on her initial promises. Did she mean to kill Micah at last? Micah had but scant 10 pages left to read in Ambrosio's ill-fated adventures, as she feared she would not see how his life would end. Her own existence would come to a close before that of the vile monk. Micah supposed she could slip past Magdalena, then make a hasty retreat, but no, she had dawdled for too long. Magdalena had already locked the door behind her, and now surveyed Micah with a detached sort of amusement. Good evening to you. It feels like it's been a while since I last saw you. Did you enjoy the breakfast I brought to you?
Oh, yes, thank you for your kindness. I didn't expect you to be so considerate.
You believe that I would let you starve? Magdalena tittered, her red eyes sharp and knowing. Please, I'm not that cruel. I've even brought more food for you. Look, it's been a while since breakfast, and I thought you might be hungry. Now that Magdalena mentioned it, Micah could see in her hands she held another tray, much like the one she had brought earlier. This tray was laden with another teapot and a teacup, and a plate upon which sat meat pie still steaming, and some vegetables. Oh, fuck yeah.
Yum.
Meat pie. The food smelled surprisingly delicious in the derelict air of Micah's bedroom, and Micah was almost embarrassed at how hungry she was. Why, she was almost salivating. Oh. She moved just a little bit closer. Magdalena looked over to Micah, the tray in hand, then inclined her head to the bedside table. Would you mind moving that? I can't set the tray down otherwise.
Oh, right. I'm sorry.
Micah moved her breakfast tray over to her lap, to which Magdalena curtsied, playing once more at being a maid. Much obliged, young madam. I'll take that away soon, but first... Magdalena unburdened herself of the dinner tray and observed Micah, one hand resting upon her hip. Are you all right?
That seems an odd sort of question, don't you think? Do you believe anybody would be alright were they in my shoes?
I hope you aren't wearing any shoes, not in bed. You were filthy when you arrived here, and quite caked in dirt.
I didn't mean it literally.
I know. I was just teasing.
I wish you wouldn't.
Why? Are you afraid you might grow to appreciate our little spats?
Hardly. I fail to see the need to converse with my captor, that's all.
Damn. Oh, how fiery you are. I'd almost forgotten. You look so very wan.
Wayne.
Wayne.
I think it's Wayne.
Wayne. One. Dog. You know? And Yuri, too. The bags beneath your eyes are terrifying. They're almost black. Did you not get much sleep last night?
I tried. I failed.
I take it you had a lot on your mind.
Yes, indeed. Not that this should come as a surprise.
Were you thinking about your own fate?
That and the fate of my parents. Henny, too.
Still fussing about that silly maid of yours. I have no idea why you care so much. It's most unusual. None of the ladies I knew growing up were half so besotted with their servants. We treated them more like livestock than people.
Henny is more than a maid to me. She's...
Your friend? Yes, you said so. How touching. Now why don't you eat something? You must be hungry.
I am, yes. But where did this food come from? You would have no need of it, surely.
Oh, I have my ways. Magdalena smiled knowingly. There are merchants who sometimes travel through these woods, and quite fortuitously, I happened to pass one by when I went for a walk in the early hours of this morning. This food I procured from them.
You did not buy it?
I did not need to. I can be very persuasive when I wish to be. It's one of the many perks of being a member of the noble undead.
What? Do not tell me that you...
Slaughtered him? Oh no. I don't kill indiscriminately. I'm not a brute, no matter what you might think of me. And my hunger has already been satiated for the present, my last night's feast. I use nothing so nefarious as my powers of flattery. It's not so hard, you know, to bend men to your will. And when you smile at them and you remember to bat your eyelashes. So true, Queen. I had him prepare enough food to keep you going for a few days in a knapsack, plus some eggs and flour, the basic amenities, and bade him a fond farewell. He shall recall our meeting as little more than a dream. Does that satiate your curiosity?
For the moment, I suppose.
Good. You have such a lot of questions, Micah. Not that I mind them. It's nice to meet a woman so inquisitive. Now do eat up. I'm sure that your dear Henny would not want you starving yourself. Micah did not much like the thought of eating in front of Magdalena, but she supposed her captor had a point. It was foolish to go without sustenance, especially when it smelled so tantalizing. Micah set her dinner tray upon her lap and began to eat. She dug into the meat pie with her knife and fork, which were darkly tarnished. Micah feared that the cutlery would somehow contaminate her food. She was too hungry to fret overly long about this possibility. Micah popped a piece of meat pie into her mouth and chewed, and as she did, Magdalena watched. Magdalena's red eyes were wide, as though she was observing something very interesting. An exotic animal in a cage, perhaps, or a reaction between two volatile chemicals. Micah did not think of the act of her eating was so very special, but it must have been different to Magdalena. As a vampire, Magdalena had no need to partake in meat pies or vegetables. Was that why the simple act of Micah eating enticed her so? As Micah ate, horribly self-conscious of Magdalena's stare, what if she were to drop any food on her front? The vampire began to talk. It's been a long time since I was able to observe one of your kind going about your day-to-day life. On the rare occasions I am able to witness you, you are always in pain, screaming and crying and begging for your lives. It is rather entertaining in its own right, but sometimes I forget you are more than just prey. You have thoughts of your own, when they aren't being disturbed by physical discomfort. Yeah? You eat food, and you read books, and you have friends. Dreams, too. It's hard to believe it now, but once, it wasn't always so different to you. It was a very, very long time ago, though. Micah detected while sipping her tea a note of longing in Magdalena's voice. Her hostess's expression was inscrutable, but her ruby eyes were soft, pale lashes that framed them trembling, as though from the force of her own emotions. Had Micah not been afraid of Magdalena, she might have sympathized with her. For a few brief moments, Magdalena appeared, for all the years she had lived and all the of the hurt she had caused, to be a young girl, younger even than Micah herself. Not for the first time, Micah wondered how old Magdalena had been when she had been turned. Her face was so smooth, devoid of blemishes. She could not yet have been in her 20s. She would have been 18 or 19 if that. It seemed woefully young age to be consigned to an undying, eternal life of blood-sucking, which reminded Micah.
Aren't you gonna bite me yet? You said that you would.
Oh? Magdalena blinked, and when she did, the sentimentality which had once pulled in her irises dispersed. Newly amused, the young woman smiled and said, You said that yesterday, too, after I brought you to this chamber. Are you that desperate for me to drain your blood? Magdalena, bite me.
No, I'm not.
Of course I do. Oh, sorry.
It's okay. Of course I don't want you to drain my blood. I'd really rather you didn't. But if you're to do it anyway, I fail to see why you should drag things out for so long. Unless you want to make me squirm.
Oh, maybe she does.
Oh.
Yeah. Making you squirm does not sound like too awful a proposition, really. You are quite charming when you are sitting, and even when you are eating. Few women can pull that off, you know, but you manage it. You eat with such small, considerate bites, like a fairy. I imagine you would be lovelier still when squirming, particularly if your face is as red as it is now. Or now, even. Yeah! Whoa! Whoa!
Wow!
Everybody shut the fuck up! Oh my god. Lord.
Oh,
I know this is
so
the cover
good.
and everything, but like,
I don't
hey.
even care. Like,
I don't give two shits. This should be me. Oh my.
it explains
God.
why
Yes,
she's taller than her in the art,
yeah.
because she's sitting down.
Oh my god, and her hand on her hip too and everything.
I know.
Oh my god.
The power that she has.
She's so powerful. I love her. Oh my god, her eyes are just so beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god.
Oh.
She's so pretty. Oh, and this is such like a me thing. I know the jewels in her hair, so I was just about to comment on that. The way that the artist renders jewelry, and it's so good. I hate coloring metal so fucking much.
Yeah.
So the way that this artist did it is so good. It looks so nice. Magdalena leant in, grinning wickedly, her sharp incisors on prominent display, and curled her fingers beneath Micah's chin. Their faces now scant centimeters apart, their noses almost brushing. Micah was suddenly, abashedly aware of her breath, which must have smelled of meat and pastry. Self-conscious, her face burned redder still, like a furnace, as though to entice Magdalena. Her heart hammered so very hard, she could feel it at the base of her throat, inside her skull. Could Magdalena hear it too? Probably. Why did she feel so unnerved? If she had been only afraid, that would have been understandable, but the sensation which curdled in the pit of Micah's stomach seemed comprised of more than that.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Her brow began to sweat as did her palms. Tremulous as a leaf, she found she could not meet Magdalena's gaze. Yes, you are lovely. Magdalena spoke, her voice appraising, as she tipped Micah's head back, her eyes roving not over Micah's face, but the slender column of her neck and the delicate blue veins which crisscrossed it. I would have no compunctions about sinking my teeth into that throat of yours. Your skin is so very warm. It's as though you are trying to entice me. You look utterly delectable. But I will abstain for now. You are so very lovely, it would seem like a waste almost to drain you right now. I would prefer to savor your demise like a fine wine. There is little sense in being overly hasty. Me next. And in any event, I'm not that desperate. I can abstain. I must. Ooh.
I feel so normal.
I feel so normal right now.
I promise there's no full body trembling going on right now.
Do
whatsoever.
not put a heart monitor on me right now.
Literally. I wonder if my watch would tell me.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
does it?
Yeah. It's at like 96.
Do you know what your typical resting is?
Less than that.
Okay.
Oh, now it's up to 102.
Well, that's because we're laughing, but
yeah, but still.
Yeah. Shaking, pissing, crying, shivering.
Literally.
I'm shitting and coming and pissing. Oh my god. A muscle tightened in Magdalena's jaw, and her eyes grew hard, just like two stones. Well, something's hard.
Yeah.
I have managed for long enough as it is. I do not wish to have all my efforts undone.
What?
Micah blinked at Magdalena, her eyes uncomprehending.
Will you not drink my blood then?
No, I won't. Not tonight. You may rest easy one night more, dear Micah. Your death is still a ways off.
How far exactly?
It depends.
Upon?
Oh, I don't know. My own mood and the movements of the moon and how long you continue to entertain me, I suppose. I quite like that idea, you see, of having another woman in this castle I can speak to. Perhaps you can tell me about the books you've been reading when we next meet. I would love to hear your opinions. Though, of course, there isn't a single book in this castle I've not read at least thrice over myself. There isn't much to do, really, when one has been dead for as long as I have. No. Damn.
No. Bring it back.
It's too short. So saying, Magdalena retrieved the tray from the floor laden with Micah's breakfast things, then straightened. She cast one last, almost longing look at Micah, who shuddered beneath it, her cheeks blushing anew like the skin of an apple. Before, with what might have been a sigh or a sob, Magdalena turned. Come back. She unlocked the door with one hand, the keys dulled and matted in the candlelight, and exited, taking the tray with her. Oh, we're back here.
We're back here.
Micah passed that night much as she had the previous one, namely by lying abed in the nightgown Magdalena had bequeathed her, trying and failing to sleep. Thoughts of her parents continued to prey upon her mind, and of her own fate, more pressingly even, than any of that of Henny. Micah wanted to believe that Henny at least had been able to escape. She wanted to believe that Henny would continue to live. She would go far from Magdalena's dreary home within the woods, and one day she would meet a nice man, and they would marry, and she would have children. Oh, I am bright. You're so right. God damn, this thing. There you go. I'm too dark, then I'm too bright. I'm a beacon. I'm shining. I don't know why it focuses, like, this scene is pretty dark, but it focuses on the white and illuminates me like crazy. Like, cover your eyes. My eyes!
Bald!
Bald! Bald! Henny would be happy, whilst Micah would soon be reduced to a pallid, wizened corpse, drained of all its blood. But was such a fate so different from the one she would be afforded if she had wed Walter? Micah might, in a perverse way, have been better off as Magdalena's captive than she would Walter's bride. At least here in Magdalena's home, she had a bed to herself. You don't have to, if you don't want to. It was an age bed. So many big words for Elmo. It's not that they're bad. Like, I know the words. I just read too fast sometimes, and I'm like, wait a fucking second. These are big words for Elmo. Shut the fuck up. You motherfucker. It was an aged bed, yes, which creaked beneath her weight, but it was hers. It's gonna fucking kill me. So many big words for Elmo. Shut the fuck up. There's no danger of Walter, or anybody else for that matter, joining her. If Micah was to die in this bed, then so be it. Oh, okay, I just meant that they were big words in general.
It was funny.
Man. No, but it's so funny.
Yeah.
She's just like, so many big words for Elmo. Thanks. She would welcome it. If Henny was alright, and she did not care what happened to herself. Her own life was, and always had been, unimportant. Whee! Okay, we'll go ahead and save this here, and then this would probably be a good time to call it.
Yeah.
Go, save. There we go. Jesus.
Save.
Henny's Adventures. Oh my god.
Oh.
Whoa.
Look how far we got.
We did. I just like the sound.
I'm like, what is going on?
It's like a typewriter.
Yeah. That's so funny.
That's cool. Anyway, we'll go back to the title. Yes, I will return.
Oh.
Ding 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 bing bing pim 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 pim. There
I
you
loved
go.
it so much.
Back to normal colors. Oh, the context for this was great. Hold on. You can look at CGs. Yippee! I miss you, Henny.
Yeah.
Oh, hey. Hold on. Oh, this is the opening. Never
Oh,
mind.
yeah, it's the opening.
I just wanted to see this end little picture here.
Right.
But... Okay, cool and tight. Women!
Women!
I love women! Oh
Oh.
my god. I love women. women. She's so
Oh,
beautiful. God, I wish
she is.
I mean, I wish she had some piercings in her ears, though.
Yes.
It's
that
not
is
like
true.
the most common to have like a ton of piercings at this time. But
Right.
like a nice like either like a long, you know, like a long diamond earring, or like even a stud would be nice. But I think to accentuate her features, some kind of like long earring would be nice on her.
Yeah, I agree.
But she looks beautiful regardless.
That is true.
Okay, I'm gonna take us over to just chatting for a second.
Yippee!
Okay. Otsu. There we are. Otsu, that was so much fun. I decided to see more. Yeah, me too.
Yeah, me too.
Me too. We'll look at our schedules and see when we can play next.
Yeah.
But it is late for me. It's late for both of us, kind of.
Yeah, it is late for both of us.
Yeah. And so we'll have to head off for now. But I'm so glad we get to play.
Yeah, I'm so glad.
Yippee! This has been so fun.
So glad we found a free day to do it.
Yeah, fucking finally. I was like, I messaged you too, and I was like, I'm so sad. I want to play this like immediately, but I'm busy.
Right.
It's like, I can't do these days. I'll just have to do it Thursday.
It's like, okay, what days are you free?
Yeah.
What days are you free?
It's like, does this work? Does this work? Okay. Well, we're gonna go Ibis Ibis.
Yep.
Ibis Ibis.
Ibis time.
Everybody else also go Ibis Ibis.
Gonna go Hongshu me.
Go Hongshu me me's. Me me's. Oh wait, hold on. I can do that. Watch this.
Oh.
There we go.
Hongshu me. Aww.
Okay. Thank you so much for the stream. Thank you for being here. Yes, thank you for being here, Doppler.
Yeah, thank you guys for having me. It was so fun to join y'all.
Alright. Everybody take care. Otsu. And
Good night.
I'll see you guys Sunday for dog time. Okami!
Oh, dog time.
Puppy time. We're nearing the end. More puppies. Alright. Good night, everyone.
Good night.
Bye-bye.